Hello there, welcome back to TerraFirmaCraft HardRock. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I got a few things I want to do today, one of which is see about making bread. In my vintage story series, I have cooking with Arkwolf, and hey, why don't we try it here in TerraFirmaCraft? But if we jump into our calendar quickly, we'll see that is the end of August, so it's about to turn September. And we need berries. So we need fruit specifically. There aren't many that produce fruit in September. It's pretty much just snowberries and cloudberries. We wait till October, we get gooseberries, but also if we wait till October, we can start getting apples. Oranges grow in September. We don't have oranges anywhere near us. We're not going to find them. So I'm going to go out looking for any fruit that is ready to be harvested, because in order to make bread, we need to mix flour with yeast. We make yeast initially by mixing one fruit with 1 millibucket of water in a barrel. So that's 10 fruit per bucket. And so we're gonna make some yeast, and then by throwing flour in with the yeast, we can turn it into more yeast. That's what I'm gonna be doing right now. And I'm gonna have the camera off so I can turn the fan on behind me because it is 90 degrees in my bedroom. It has been a hot week. So we need to find snowberries, cloudberries, and if we take too long, maybe something else. Wait, blueberries. What about blueberries? Blueberries are August. Oh, okay. I replanted these. It is currently August, so they're not going fruit. These two will, though. But yeah, I'm going to go out. I'm going to look for some plants, get some berries. Then we'll make yeast so we can make bread. And we'll also cover making cheese, since the milk I made last episode has curdled now and is ready to be made into milk curds. And then cheese. Compost is already. And I don't think I covered this last time. The way you get the compost out is shift, right click. There we go, we got the compost. Now I can refill these and get started with a new batch. Okay, well, one of my cloudberries has fruited. The other's flowering still. I saw more out there that were flowering, so I go back and look. But some of the blueberries have also fruited, which is, well, I mean, it's the next month now, September. And I thought they were supposed to fruit in August. But either way, that means we do now have some berries. That's 6, 8. If I can get 2 more blueberries. By the way, if you have a spread out stack, if you're in this screen, you can't do it. But if you go into the screen with the crafting table, by hovering over the food items, as long as they're the same food item, and pressing I, they will stack. The downside, of course, is that it will average out the expiration timer on them. So if you have one that expires in a day and one that expires in 10 days, you will wind up with 2 that expire in 5 days. But yeah, I need to find 2 more berries, and then I can make another barrel, because I don't have enough already, and make us some yeast starter. Thankfully, now that we've got the lumber mill going, or at least the mechanical saw from Create, I can make all the wood I will ever need. Let's grab this, that, pop that in there, and then we're gonna go exploring, find at least 2 more berries, and then make yeast. Okay, we found a couple extra blueberries. We're up to 10 ounces, so that's 20 individual blueberries, which means we can actually make a double batch of this instead of a single batch. That did not work. Do I have to dry these first? Tell me I didn't forget that. Yes, I have to dry them first. Oh, that's gonna slow me down a little bit. So we need to take these fruit leaves, put them on a crafting table, and do one of these. That'll make 10 drying mats. Drying mats are very bad for TPS. They cause a lot of lag. So if you're playing multiplayer, don't leave them around much. And we gotta lay out the fruit and let them dry. They take a while to dry. There you go. 12 minutes per berry to dry. They will dry at night, I think, but they will not dry in the rain. So since we can't quite make the bread yet with the yeast, let's make cheese. We have our curdled milk here. we go to not that one, this one here, we've got cheesecloth. If we combine cheesecloth with curdled milk, we will get milk curds. 1 cheesecloth per bucket. We've got 6 buckets, so we need 6 cloth. Put that there, seal it. It will take, oh, okay, it takes 1 minute. It's a lot quicker than I thought. And in 1 minute, we will have some curds. Now, you could also use these cheesecloth if you do it with regular milk to turn it into cream. And then cream you can use to make, if I click the right button, butter, ice cream. Apparently you can use cream to make nuclear water. And you can also do awkward potions and potions of weakness with it. So there's a few uses. What we want is the milk curds. So that gave us 6 milk curds. You need, well, okay, well, first, you can actually use them in a recipe. Bread with milk curds. Does not sound that good. The other options are, of course, if you surround it with salt, you can get a dry block of cheese. Or if we seal it in a barrel of salt water, we will get a wet block of cheese. Since we have enough, why don't we do both? Oh, and I don't think this has changed in this mod pack, but in regular TerraFirmaCraft and Farmer Life, you can absolutely use rotted cheese curds to make cheese. So if they rot, you don't have to throw them away. So we have salt water here. We're going to toss 3 in, seal it, and that'll give us some feta cheese. And if we put these here and surround it with salt, we get, I want to say chèvre. Either way, now we have cheese. We don't have a cellar, so we can't age them, but we can put it down, and then if we take a knife, we can slice the cheese, and then we could actually eat the cheese slices. Or, okay, let's do this. Cut off 1 slice. Now we have a slice of cheese. Fresh, good for 2 months. If we then toss it into our crafting grid, we can turn it into shredded cheese, which we could then combine with other things in recipes. You know what? Let's just cut this all up. And we gotta combine these again. Toss them there. They'll last for a little while, 4 months. There you go. That is how to make cheese. And when this is done, this is going to take, it's got 14 minutes left, so probably 16 minutes, we'll have a wheel feta cheese as well. And the last of the berries are dry. Shift right click to pull them off. They get a longer expiration when they dry, but because they're sitting out on the mats, they rot faster while they're out. So it's not the best, but now we've got 20 berries that we can toss in here, seal, and this will become yeast starter in 2 days. So in addition to boiled water and purified water, there's also herbal water and mineral water. Boiled water is of course what we get when you just boil water with 2 rocks in it. Then we have, as I mentioned, mineral water. Looks like you need an iron, a copper, and either chrome or zinc. You put those together, you make mineral water. You can make purified water by boiling water with charcoal powder. But you can also make herbal water by boiling 4 leaves or kelp with 1 bucket of water. So I've actually got some water in here. I've got some kelp. Not kelp. I got bluegrass, which I got by taking my shears and just shearing the grass. And let's light this. And then we'll have some herbal water, which we can try out when it's ready. Because I think some of these give buffs. I'm not sure. We'll find out. I know the aged whiskey will give a buff once we have it. And the aged beer, I think, does. And we've got 2 days until we have aged beer. Unfortunately, if you let your alcohol age, so this aged beer, we cannot use it to make vinegar. So, you know, keep that in mind. Oh, our feta cheese is done. So just like the other cheese, we can put it down. If we're in a cellar, we can age it. It will last a lot longer. I'm just gonna leave it here. We should probably start building a cellar, and honestly, we should start actually building a house too. This is not good enough. And about 3 minutes later, the water is done. We now have herbal water, which we can put in our flask. In addition, we get a boiled green, which is something we can eat. Boiled grass, not bad. But that's another food for our health bar. I guess it's a little further along. Where did I put those books, by the way? I'm curious how... Here we go. Akashic Tome. I want Spice of Life. We are at 39 food tasted. We need 60 to get our next heart. So we are quite a ways away from that. But yeah, now we have Herbal Water. I'm going to wait for my water levels to drop further, so I'm not wasting water. And then we'll see if this gives us any sort of buff. In the meantime, I did get a little more iron. Really, just a little bit more. We have enough for 3 ingots of iron. And I don't want to toss 3 ingots worth in here. If I'm going to toss it in here, I really want it to be at least 8 ingots worth. To be worth my time. But yeah, so I was collecting a bit of resources. I was looking for wherever the iron deposit actually is over here. And I haven't found it yet. It's too deep to be detectable by my prospecting pick. So we're going to have to actually dig down and go exploring the hard way. But I did collect the last bits of iron from over there. So we're going to try to make just a bit more iron. And hopefully have enough to be, well, I mean, I know we won't with only 16 more bits of iron. But, you know, we're going to try to get enough iron so it's actually worth making another batch. So I can make some iron tools. And the Herbal Water, let's see what it does. Ooh, that gives us a speed boost. However, I do not like the zoom in effect. There we go. I don't like the FOV effect. So just set that to 0. So now we're not, you know, zoomed in. So there we go. Herbal Water. It's a lot. Well, it's about just as easy to make as boiled water. You just don't end up with the very little bit of flux you can get. And it gives you speed instead. Now, it's not going to last forever. It only lasts for a minute and a half or so, 2 minutes. And you're not going to need to have another drink for about 8, unless you're doing something like working the crank from Create. But it's a nice little buff. Oh, and we are going to need Minecraft dirt, by the way, in this mod pack. Some things, like the rubber trees. That's not the right rubber tree. Maybe it is. All right, well, the rubber tree is one of the few trees that you can actually properly farm, because it's not like the dynamic trees, which take a very long time to fully grow. The rubber trees grow like vanilla trees, but they can't be planted on TerraFirmaCraft soil. So you need to get vanilla soil. One way is a metallurgic infuser or the ex nihilo composter. You fill it with fruit, you can get dirt. Fill it with silkworms, you get dirt. You know, the different things that can be composted will give you dirt. Leaves too, so go shear a bunch of leaves, toss them in a ex nihilo, was it? Alright, forgot. Yeah, ex nihilo stone barrel, and you can get vanilla dirt. The other way is if you get some pollution and it becomes coarse dirt, you can then pick up the coarse dirt and place it so that it falls. And when it falls, it will convert into vanilla dirt, which we can then store up somewhere. Oh, here we go. I've got a piece of coarse dirt right here. Let's place it there. It falls. It's now vanilla dirt. It still is affected by gravity, but now we have the vanilla dirt. We can use it to grow rubberwood tree saplings. And there's a few other things you need vanilla dirt for that you can't do with TerraFirmaCraft dirt. I don't remember what it is at the moment. Sieve. Right here. The way you get industrial hemp seeds, you need vanilla dirt. What else? Bamboo seeds, I think, requires vanilla dirt. Nope, you can use TerraFirmaCraft dirt. That's fine. No, it looks like you use TerraFirmaCraft dirt to get all of this stuff. Maybe it's only in the garden cloche that it takes vanilla dirt. That might be it. Yes, okay, the garden cloche only takes vanilla dirt. So if you want to use one of these, you need vanilla dirt. There you go. If you got pollution forming, collect the coarse dirt, turn it into regular dirt, and save it. This way you don't wind up with more pollution, and you can start stockpiling the dirt you're going to need in the future. We are over here. In fact, you see the little black hole there. That's the hole I dug. Because we are collecting iron down there. Now that we have our Bloomery. And we have our iron anvil. Why not just keep trucking along and get ourselves up to steel? Because once we have steel, we can really start diving into some of the fun stuff. And it doesn't take that much more effort to hit steel. But I was just out. I got some more logs that I have to go saw down. I made a few slabs. Almost said planks there. Made a few slabs, which we can use. What we're going to do is we're going to put the slabs down inside the mine shaft that I'm digging. And then each of those slabs, we put the supports on the slabs. We don't have to worry about these supports ever breaking or falling because the slabs are not affected by gravity. And we don't have to worry about, you know, oh, well, this support's on a stone I need to mine. No, we just place the slabs down. We're good to go. Should probably turn a few of these into lumber so I could then turn them into planks and then slabs again. Oh, wow. That just ate up a ton of our hunger, though. Let's do... well, let's do 3. Because that'll give us 30 planks. Whoop. That went right over the top. And here's what I was talking about. So we mine up this. Place the slab right there. Place the supports on top. And now, even if we mine out the blocks all around it, that slab will never collapse. And we don't have to worry about it anymore. Which means I can then come over here, mine up these two. I'll break all the supports above my head. Then I can mine this. Put our slab in. Put our supports back. And there we go. I'm actually going to want to expand these out another row that way, but, you know, we're just setting up the iron mine down here because we're going to have a lot of iron to mine down here. I don't know if there's any more this direction. We'll find out as we go. But, well, okay. I don't know how much iron we're going to need for HardRock. I've heard you need a lot. And I mean thousands by thousands of ingots a lot. So unlike TerraFirmaCraft, this one mine will probably not be enough for us for the entire series. But it'll at least get us started and it'll get us to steel. So now that I've done that, I'm going to redo it here until I can clear out this area and then replace everything. And now the best thing about this setup is because we have these all on supports. This is the top layer of the vein. So the rest of the vein is down below. We can just, I was going to say quarry out. It's not quite quarrying, but we can just scoop out everything from the inside. And so long as we keep this supports on the top above the vein, we can dig down, clear everything out. And because these will float, we don't need to build supports going down. We just need to build supports going out to, well, support where we plan to be digging down. So I'm going to want supports hanging in that direction and that direction and that direction, but there doesn't look like there's any more iron this way. So we don't need to extend going that way at all. So you can cut down the supports you need by using slabs to give you a stable location to place your supports on. Okay, the yeast is done, so let's make some bread. We're going to need our mixing bowl and our spoon, and we need to put, well, we don't need to. We could do less, but the best ratio, actually, best ratio is 5 flour. So I made 3. Let's make 2 more. Wheat flour, I don't have enough wheat flour to do 5. Okay, well, then how about we do 5 oat flour? Yes. Okay, so I'm going to grind down that. Meanwhile, let's open this, grab our bucket of yeast, and toss 18 barley flour in. When we seal it, this will start turning it into yeast again, and I think we'll have to reseal it so that it fully uses up everything, but that will give us 10 buckets of yeast when it's done. Alright, that's 5 flour. We put it in here. Click our bucket on. And click the mixing bowl and we'll start stirring up the dough. Shift click. Pull it all out. We now have 5 oat dough. Now we can either use this dough to make raw pasta. We can mix it again if we want to make slime balls and whatnot. We need to make pizza dough, which is also going to require basil and salt. And we got to get basil by doing, we got to make a seed ball. That's a whole nother thing we'll come to in the future. We can use it in a few recipes for Farmer's Delight. Oh, it looks like we can turn it into slime balls by sealing it with lime dye in a barrel. We don't need to mix it. Mixing is probably more efficient though. And the last thing we can do is we can stick it in an oven. Now there are 2 different types of bread. So we have the wheat dough. Well, we have regular dough, which then turns into bread, or we can make flatbread dough, which just requires water. Done the same way as we just did with the yeast. Actually, since we have 3 there, and let's grab, because I only have 1 left, I might as well use it up and not have it just sit around, right? So put that in, put in a bucket of water, click, and that will stir into flatbread. Both can be cooked in the Firma oven, and then the flatbread can be used to make sandwiches. 2 slices of bread, 3 filling will give you 2 meals worth of bread. And the way we cook it is we go up to our oven. First off, I made a peel. The peel is just a bowl, wooden bowl plus a stick. And you need that to pull stuff out of the oven when it's hot. The bread, you can just put it in like that. Let's grab another one of these. Gonna cook this up. Now we got cook time underneath. It shows you how long until it's done. The flatbread cooks a lot faster than the regular bread. It will not burn if you leave it in there, so you don't have to worry about pulling it out in time. I am curious because I'm curious because the log I put in there, or the bundle, only burns for 36 or 39 seconds, and so I was curious if it would keep cooking with the residual heat. It does. Alright, and the bread is done. Now, you can shift click to pull stuff out of the oven, but you get burned and take damage. That's why you need the peel. The peel, you just right click and you'll pull everything out. So now we have bread and we have flatbread. As I showed, we could just make a basic sandwich with the flatbread. It's nothing too crazy, although since I have some stuff on me, I might as well go ahead and make something. And no need to waste the bread, although you do want to eat the bread also because, well, we haven't eaten it yet. It'll add to the... I need a knife also. It'll add to your nutrition. Not your nutrition. It'll add to your food count. So there, we have some wheat bread sandwiches, and what we could also do is toss our loaf of bread in and then get 2 slices out of. If we don't do that, we can use the bread in things like this wrap from Farmer's Delight, a sandwich from Farmer's Delight, TerraFirmaCraft sandwiches, Farmer's Delight meals, or we could take the slices like I just showed and use that to make bread. Or we can heat it and make toast. And then when we have toast, we can add butter to it, or garlic and butter, make some garlic bread. Or if we have jam, we can add jam to it, make a slice of toast of jam. So I'm going to do this. Actually, I'm going to toss the rest of these on. Let's grab another bit of garlic. Sorry, onion. A bit of cabbage. Yeah, no, it's not exactly a great sounding sandwich. Onion, venison, cabbage. Doesn't really matter. There we go. Now we got a few meals. We can save them in here. I'm a little short on space at the moment. But if we toss them in, seal them, they've got a little longer shelf life. And okay, that's going to be a nuisance because they don't die from the sun. And I made some of this earlier, the grilled salmon from Farmer's Delight. sliced salmon, cabbage, onion, a bowl, and some berries. And what I'm going to end up doing is I have a bunch of blueberries over there. I was picking them earlier. I'm going to go around and collect a whole bunch of blueberries once the season's over and just stockpile them over there so I can grow a bunch of berries all at once. If he hits me, I'm dead. There we go. Okay. I've got more health than I did the last time I fought skeletons, so it wasn't as bad. Last time the skeleton one-shotted me. This time, would have been 3 shots. Okay, let's eat one of our sandwiches. Okay, let's eat both of the sandwiches. But there you go. That's cooking some bread. And so I know what these holes are in my roof. Every time, not every time, but when you eat, you have a chance of producing pollution. Carbon, and it rises up, and when it hits the thatch, what? Oh, water. Oh my gosh, I had no clue what was going on there. So when carbon hits the thatch will destroy the carbon, but the carbon will destroy the thatch. So that's why I've got holes in my roof. I need to make another vessel. I also need to make a cellar. I think the cellar will be next episode. For now, I was making a bunch of iron. Once I heal up, I'm gonna go back. Well, actually, before I heal up, I need to make more bronze so I can make a new pick. So I can go back and mine more iron. I mean, I could make an iron one, but yeah, no, just do it this way. Make another 2 bronze, make another pick, and another tool, I don't know what. Then we'll go mine up some more iron, and then I'm going to melt it down into cast iron so I can toss it in here and save on resources. Because we need to make... Okay, there's a few things I want to make. One is a blast furnace. This blast furnace takes 8 raw iron sheets, and then on top of that... It's either sheets or double sheets. I'm going to have to double check. Oh, actually, it probably says in the book. But then we're going to also need to wrap the blast furnace. Here we go. Raw iron. Okay, just raw iron sheets. So we need to make 4 blast furnace bricks. And we don't need to make 4. We could make up to 20. I think it'd be 5 layers tall. But each outside face of the blast furnace needs iron sheets. So that's 12 additional sheets. So that's 24 ingots of iron for the structure there, plus another 16. So we need 40 raw iron in order to make the blast furnace. I'm sorry, this shaking is getting distracting while I'm trying to talk. Let's do this. It's a bit easier on me. Nope, not really. We need 40 raw iron sheets in order to make the blast furnace in order to start making steel. So that's my next goal. Okay, this is getting distracting. I'm gonna go away. So while I was waiting for all of these items to finish firing, and by the way, as I mentioned before, you can fire bricks inside the crucible. It makes it easier since you can do 9 at a time. But I want to do a little experiment. So I took 100 crushed hematite. That's this stuff here, the rocky chunks. And I fully processed it down because I want to see how much hematite you will actually get from 100. Because every step of the way, you get the tiny piles of hematite. And I came up with 114. So you get around 14-15% extra ore by processing it. So that's kind of cool. But now we have our crucible. We have some fire clay bricks. We have our mortar here. So I need to do this. That gives us a few extra bricks, but it's fine. We're going to need a lot in the future. That gives us 4 fire clay brick blocks to differentiate from the fire clay bricks. We needed these for our blast furnace, and I just realized I made 1 crucible, which we need to wrap in iron, but then we need another crucible to go under the one that we make. Oh well, I'll get to that in the near future. So what we need to do is we'll put that down there. So we need to wrap that, and it will not stay here. This is sort of temporary. That will become the crucible once we get the iron we need. Then we put our iron sheets on all sides of these, and that becomes a crucible. We then have to throw in where that block is. Let's grab a few more so I can actually tower up and show you better. If you throw in right here, charcoal, flux, and raw iron. Actually, it could be cast iron too, I believe. You toss it in there, and you can then heat it up. Oh, we're going to need to make another tool for that. But yeah, you heat it up, and when it's done, it'll collect in the crucible that'll be underneath the blast furnace, and then it becomes steel. Well, then it becomes pig iron, which once you cast it out, you have to work it a few times, and then it becomes steel. So that's going to be our next task, but I need to make a lot of iron. Like I said, I'm going to need 40 ingots worth of iron, and including the 5, almost 6 ingots I have in my inventory, we only have 13, no, that's 12 right there. 17, 18 ingots worth of iron, so it's going to take us a little while. Well, it took a few days, but I've made up a ton of cast iron, and not just cast iron, but double sheets. These are worth 4 ingots each, and this is actually the most efficient way to make wrought iron is by using double sheets. So let's go up here. Don't fall in. We want to toss all 11 of those in and 11 of those. There we go. Go down to the bottom, close it. 11 input stacks, 11 catalyst stacks. When we light this up, when it's done, it should give us 44 ingots of iron bloom. Creating raw iron bloom, yeah. Which we then have to work on our anvil. And I used the other bronze ingot I made to make another hammer, because this one is almost dead. That's not going to get us through making the wrought iron. That's going to give us 44. That's going to be enough to make this into a blast furnace, surround all of these, and we can make a Gyrodyne. This requires a propeller, which is a raw iron double sheet on the anvil, some sails, which we can use silk cloth for, some leather, some plant string, and some plant rope, so we can get that pretty easy, and some hull material, which is just 7 planks and 2 shafts. And that will allow us to fly. And so we can fly around looking for the sandstone that I want to collect so I can start working on the base, because it is now fall. Actually, it's almost the end of September, and storms start in winter, and my base is not storm-proof. Now, where I'm living is not really in the region where I'm going to have to worry about a lot of storms, I don't think. We've got fairly low humidity, rainfall and whatnot. Temperature is not that bad, so we might not get a lot of rain. We might have to worry about storms, but pretty much everything here is in danger, including my animals, if we don't make this storm-proof. So that's going to be our next task. Well, that's what I'm going to do between episodes, I think. Or at least get started between episodes. You know what I'm trying to say. So I fully intended to have the blast furnace done by the end of this episode. However, considering I've fallen asleep 3 times at my computer desk while editing this episode, I'm tired. And this video needs to be fully edited, rendered, uploaded in 12 hours, and I need to sleep between now and then. Also, we're going to call it an end here. Next episode, because I've said future projects multiple times this episode already. Next episode, we're going to finish the blast furnace and start firing our first steel items. We're going to go get that Gyrodyne done. We're going to go find sandstone so I can start building a proper base. And I will make a hut to store everything in, a storage hut, so that I don't have to worry about any storms in the winter. And likewise, I'll put a roof over my animals so that they're safe. That will be next episode. Until then, thank you for joining me today. Hope you've had a wonderful day, and I'll see you next time. Later. Hello there, welcome back to TerraFirmaCraft HardRock. I hope you're having a wonderful day. We are going to jump straight in and finish making our blast furnace. So, well, let's finish this thing. And this should be the last bit of work. So that gives us, that's going to turn off. That gives us all of the sheets we need. And another explosion behind me. So let's pick up that crucible. Go into here. Turn that into our blast furnace. Now, where am I going to put this? I'm being surrounded by tortoises. Oh my gosh, I got a ton of tortoises. Put it over here. So we're going to want a block on the bottom, which is going to be our crucible, the one that's under here, where when we run the blast furnace, that's where everything goes. So put that on the bottom. We put that on top of it. And now we need to make one of these things. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but it's a tool that forces air into the blast furnace, since getting enough air in is part of the process of making steel. You have to get it hot enough. You need to supply off a lot of air. So we're going to make one of those, and requires a double sheet. These 5 bricks we can now pick up. And go and pick up some loam again, so I have something to place it against. Then we place the steel sheets on the raw iron sheets on the sides, and we just shift click them on. And then we have these 2 sheets left over, which we need to, I think, weld together. I think I missed that. Yeah, we need to make a double sheet, which means I need to turn this thing back on. Wasting a little bit of charcoal, but it's not too much of an issue. And then to actually fire our steel, we're going to need to take our bellows and put it against that. So since I got to turn this back on in order to make these last 2 hot enough, I'm going to make the tool here, which I cannot pronounce.
Tuyere.
At least that's how it's being pronounced for me on Google. So, doesn't guarantee that's a proper pronunciation, especially since it looks French. Go make up the tool, and then we can make steel. But then we're going to need to make a steel anvil. So, which means I need another 14 ingots of iron in order to make the steel. And I only have not enough to make 14 ingots worth of iron. I've been doing some busy work waiting for everything to be ready. I had to go mine more copper so I can make the tayul, or I checked how to pronounce it and I already forgot. I also went and mined up some more iron, so we now have enough to make 16 ingots of steel. And we just need to finish processing it down into cast iron. Now, the blast furnace takes cast iron. It does not need to be wrought iron. So I don't need to worry about the bloomery to get the blast furnace going. What I don't know is if I can toss cast iron double ingots in like I can with the bloomery. To be perfectly fair, I didn't know I could toss double ingots or double sheets into the bloomery until rather recently. So we're going to finish casting out these 16 ingots of cast iron, toss them into the blast furnace, and see if that works. If it does work, we can get our 18 ingots of high carbon steel, because you need to make high carbon steel and process it just like we do the refined bloom into iron. We can get that through the blast furnace. And hopefully in one go, instead of me having to make a second layer to do 16 ingots. Otherwise, I can only do 8 at a time. Like I said, we'll see what happens. All right. The cast iron is done, so we need our bellows. We need this. This goes in here. The bellows have to be placed up against the blast furnace. Yes, okay, there we go. Took a minute to get it right. And let's try this. We want to toss all 8 of those in. 8 flux. 8 charcoal. Okay, that does not work. Well, I mean, it partially works. It took 4 fuel and 4 input. Okay, well, wait, that's still 80 ingots of cast iron. So that's not bad. If I doubled this up, I could do 16 at once. Okay, that is acceptable. I'm probably going to need... Yeah, I'm moving stuff around. I am going to need more charcoal. You do need quite a bit of it for this process. And now if we shift and click on the blast furnace block, the blast furnace is lit. And the fuel drops. This is why we're going to need more charcoal, because we go up and toss more charcoal in. Because we need the temperature to go all the way up. And we need to heat this. And that's why we have the bellows over here. We need to pump this and get it to stay at the max. And of course, that eats up the fuel. So we need to, you know, toss in a little extra charcoal. You don't know if you technically need to toss in more charcoal. I always have, because if you do it right, you don't need to relight the blast furnace. And every time you pump, while it stays hot, it uses durability from your tool here. So that's worth being aware of. So make sure you make a pretty decent tool. As soon as I get steel up, well, as soon as I get steel up, I'm going to make a steel hammer and a steel pick. But we're going to want to replace this with a steel one before too long. There you go. Some of it's already melting, turning into pig iron and coming down into our crucible below it. But it needs to stay pretty hot to do that, so I may not have enough charcoal here to keep it hot long enough. Okay, and now while it's dropping, we can also toss a bit more of this on it. And refill it. So we have 6 ingots of pig iron down there. And once this is done, we gotta take the crucible over there, cast it out. We're gonna need to keep it hot so we can cast it. And then we gotta work the ingots just like we did with the bloom. I mentioned that already. But yeah, this is the process for making steel. Since it took 4 input of double ingots, that means if I did double sheets instead, I could have stuck them all in at once. But it would probably take just as long to heat up, since with all metal, the more metal that's in the item, the longer it takes to heat up. This is going to take a lot longer to heat up than 1 ingot of bronze. So, tossing in double ingots, you need less flux. You need less... Well, you don't really need less coal. You still got to use the coal to feed the fire. So, it's not incredibly more efficient. That's what I'm trying to say by doing it this way. At least it doesn't feel that way. There we go. That was the last input. So once this finishes pouring out, I can take that off. Go put it back over here. Wrong way. That's empty. That's got 16 ingots. We can pick this up. It maintains its inventory, so we don't have to worry about that. Bring it over here, put it on. Throw that in. Grab our fire starter. We really need to make a flint and steel. Well, we're about to get steel, so making a flint and steel is not going to be that big of an issue. Though you can make a, not flint and steel, but a flint and brick. It uses seared bricks. That's not what I was looking for. Flint and steel, if you use a raw iron rod instead of a steel rod, you get one with about a quarter durability left. So it's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. But now the pig iron needs to be how hot? 1540 in order to cast out. So we're going to need to work the bellows a little bit, then we can start casting it out and then working it down. Where to put my hammer? There it is. Oh, by the way, I apparently ate something that broke my hunger system since I haven't had to eat in about 6 days. So I'm going to need to take some damage and hopefully fix it that way. Otherwise, I'm going to have to respawn. There we go. That's our first steel. Oh, looks like we got some slag too. Oh, and we need to double ingot these, don't we? Yeah. Because I need to make an anvil. Alright, I'm going to do this because you've already seen it 3 times in like the past 4 episodes. Alright, that's our last double ingot. So let's get this next bit started. There we go. We got a steel anvil. We're not really going to need a flux just yet, but let's just toss over there. Can I toss an entire raw iron anvil into the blast furnace? We might have to test this. Let's see. As soon as this cools down, we can turn... Well, we'll stick one in here to keep it hot. Hello, Mr. Tortoise. Coming over to see what all the noise is about? Yeah, I know. I'm sorry I woke you up. I'm going to toss one in here just to keep it hot while I work the other one. We're going to turn it into a hammer because this one isn't going to last much longer. Then we'll use the other one to make a... I am having a brain fart at the moment. Pick. That's the word I wanted. So, shrink not last, punch last. Oh. Okay, you know what? Can I? Yeah, I can melt that back down into steel. Okay. Try this again. Poorly forged. Well, whatever. That is steel. That's steel. Oh. Oh, that's an issue. That's a good trick for you. If you mess up, you can put an ingot mold into the crucible, and it will pour out whatever's in the mold back into the crucible. So you can fix a dumb mistake like what I just did. Okay, let's try this once more. And thankfully, we don't have to rework that. Pick. So we want draw not last, Bend not last, punch last. That's not gonna work. Bend? No. There we go. Expertly forged. Good enough. And we used up the last of our charcoal, finishing that off. Well, the last of the charcoal I put in there burned out. We have a little bit more charcoal to go. But now we have a new pick and a new hammer. We have our first steel tools. We are officially in the steel age now. Nice. I'll make mining a little bit quicker. But let's get to this Gyrodyne. I put together the propeller. The propeller was an anvil craft. Taking the double wrought iron ingot sheet, turning into propeller. Now we need sails and hull parts. The hull parts, we need planks and shafts. We need 4 shafts total. So that's 4 andesite alloy. And then the sails are silk cloth, some sort of string, rope, and leather. I have 3 shafts, 1 andesite alloy. That is unintentional and perfect at the same time. Perfect. All right. Next, we need planks. Got some rosewood here. That's not going to be enough. So it gets us 4. And we need 14. All right, I think I got everything. Let's get this Gyrodyne done. We toss all of those in to make the sails. We need 2 of those. They don't stack. Oh, looks like we had a little extra silk. And we needed the 2 hull parts, which also apparently do not stack. Ah, they're very heavy, so we can no longer move. Got it. Okay. Well, the sails must be very heavy also. Yes. Okay, well, that's good to know. All of these are very heavy and will not let me move while they're all in my inventory together. Gyrodyne. Muscle power chopper gives you a good push off if... Give it a good push off. It flies. So, let's place this down there. Yep, definitely looks like something out of Da Vinci. Holding W to go forward and A and D to move left and right. S to back up. Space to rise and shift to drop. Yep. How do I get out? R. R to get out. Awesome. We've got wings. We can go flying now. This is 2 different series in a row where I'm now able to fly in very short succession. Okay, well, we're gonna have to build a helipad for this too. Leave it here for now. Let's go clean up my inventory, and then we need to go out and find a Badlands. Inverted or otherwise, we need to find white, red, and yellow sandstone so we can start working on our base. Our proper base, not just this little hole in the wall that we currently have. Boy, progress feels nice. We've got steel, we've got a chopper. We've got an absolute mess out here. Wait, do we have ability to capture animals? I forget. Cage. Supplementary's cage. That requires iron bars, which we can now make. It is, of course, very heavy, so we can only carry 1 at a time. We may have to make use of the cages so we can go out and start catching some animals to bring back if we can't find them, because I definitely want alpacas over sheep. Alpacas generate wool quicker, 6 days as opposed to 11 days. I think they only breed 1 or 2 at a time, whereas a sheep can have Now I think alpacas can only have one baby at a time, where sheep can have 2 or 3 at a time. Think you get more uses out of an alpaca? They're better than sheep. So that's something to get. And maybe another horse, so we can have horses and mules. Although my mule is at 100% familiarity, and it's going to take another 47 days to grow up. But we're ready to have multiple means of transportation. I just need to, like I said, clean out my inventory and take flight. And I should probably try to fix this bug with me not taking me not getting hungry. So let's try. There's a few ways I could do this. There we go. I'm instantly full health again. Well, there's only one other option. Allons-y. Am I still bugged? Let's hope not. There we go. Okay. I lost 2 levels, but at least I don't feel like I'm cheating anymore. All right, I'm gonna go fly, and I'll bring you back when I find something interesting. If I don't find the biome I'm looking for first. Oh, by the way, carrots, even though they are rotted, can still be used to make golden carrots. So you don't necessarily want to throw them away just because they rot. You can still use them. Not for food, obviously. Here we go. Inverted, no, just Badlands, not inverted Badlands. So I'm seeing white sand. Oh, we actually have a split along a river here. I'm not seeing red. Okay, control, shift. Shift was descend. Make sure there are no things over here that want to eat me. I look to be safe. A little bit of jitteriness because of the distance we just traveled. Okay, so we want yellow sand and white. Of course, I parked right on top of the white I need to get. Well, we can just sort of inch forward without taking off. Look how fast this pick is going. This is well forged, expertly forged. So it is equivalent of efficiency 2 and unbreaking 2. You know, I should grab the brown too. Grab brown, grab yellow. I want red sandstone or orange sandstone because the red or orange, you know, they'll be interchangeable for what I want it for, but they look pretty good. But yeah, we can smooth this with a chisel and then use that smooth sandstone, and it actually looks fairly close to what Roman walls look like. Of course, I think Roman walls were mostly limestone, not sandstone, but you know, you work with what you got and work with what looks good. You're allowed to bend the rules a little bit to make it look good. But then once we have all the stuff we need, we can go back and finally build ourselves, that's hardened, our get started at least on the base. Make our house look nice. No more little shack. Did you know that Gyrodyne has an internal inventory? Yeah, I didn't. Could have carried back a fair bit more if I had, but now we have a nice little, well, a good start of sandstone. What we're going to do, if I take a stack of this red sandstone, I go over and grab my chisel, I can combine these to make smooth sandstone. And that's what the smooth sandstone looks like. Almost looks like terracotta. And when we break it, it drops a smooth sandstone. So, I'm going to need to collect quite a bit more resources. I'm going to want, obviously, the sandstone. I just had a thought. What does the red sand look like next to the sandstone? Yeah, that's my problem. I can't really texture using sand above the first. Oh. Okay, if it's supported, yes. Okay, so I can texture with sand. I can also make what was I gonna say? Right, I got sidetracked. So we're going to do sort of this. The outer wall be white with a red trim on it. We're going to do that. I'm going to collect, or at least use the sand I have in here, because I have a lot of yellow, pink, green, and red. Although red sand can be processed down into redstone, or at least you can get redstone by sifting it or cleaning it. I'm not sure how. I gotta figure that out. I can use the sand to make aggregate. I need to go collect some gravel for that, but it's pretty easy. And aggregate can then be dyed into concrete powder. So we can make some red concrete powder, which we can always, turn into concrete too. And use the concrete along with the concrete powder, the sand, the sandstone, and even terracotta. Make some red terracotta, and you use all these different color combinations to help make the actual wall to the base. And I'm going to go into a creative world, super flat world, just so I can lay out the floor plan and figure out what and where exactly I want to, have all the different rooms. I already decided that what I have here outlined with the wattle stacks, with the wattle, is not big enough. I'm going to want it to be, what is this? This is not quite 2 chunks wide. I'm probably going to want it to be more like 3.5 to 4 chunks wide. And probably 3 chunks deep also. So I'm probably going to want to take up like this 12 chunk area as opposed to this 2 chunk area. I'm not going to subject you to watching me have no idea what I'm doing for who knows how long. And next episode, we'll actually start building the base. I am being surrounded by tortoises again. I like turtles. It's not a problem. Anyway, so I think that's going to be it for today. We've got steel, we've got a Gyrodyne, we've got turtles, and we've got a blast furnace. We are ready to actually dive in and start with the industrialization stuff. But that will wait till later. Until then, thank you for joining me today. I hope you've had a wonderful day, and I'll see you next time. Later. Hello there, and welcome back to TerraFirmaCraft HardRock. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I've started laying out the floor plan, and once I got into creative and started planning stuff out, I realized 3 by 2, 3 by, yeah, that's gonna be plenty big enough to start with. So we're just gonna go with this floor plan for now. I've actually got a couple images I could throw up from my creative world as I was designing and figuring out what I want to do. So we're gonna get started with that. But as you saw in the intro, I now have steel shovel, a steel knife, a steel chisel over there, and I made a flint and steel. And making the steel rods was a pain in the butt. It took 6 charcoal to, worth of reheating the steel to finally get the recipe right on the anvil. So I am not looking forward to doing that more. But I also made a scythe, just a bronze one. Don't need anything special for this. And we're just going to go around cutting all the grass. And the good thing about scythe, they cut in a 3 by 3. So you can clear a lot quickly. And so we're going to be clearing the straw, leveling this, so adding more dirt to make all this level, filling in the 1 or 2 holes, this one here. I don't know what's in that burrow, but I'm gonna end up probably destroying it. And I gotta fill in this hole over here. As you see, I'm already laying out some slabs. This might be a little bit of an issue because I was going to put my house is going to extend out that way. I was going to put my kitchen over here and have the cellar under the kitchen. That would require my cellar essentially just dangling. It'd be interesting. So I'll see about what I want to do with that. But yep, I've got a bit of work to do, a bit of cleaning up to do, a bit of leveling to do, and we're going to get started building the base. We can make these cut sandstone, and you can make that by taking the normal sandstone. So we have grab a little bit of white sandstone here. Toss that in your crafting grid with a chisel to turn it into the smooth, and then toss it in again to turn it into the cut. So we're going to be using cut sandstone, smooth sandstone, and just regular sand to texture the walls as I build it. And while this is a giant square for now, it will not stay a square. There will be outcroppings and annexes and whatnot as we go around. So I'm going to get to work, and I'll bring it back in when I've made a little bit more progress, and we're going to start moving some of our stuff inside. Tortoise. It's a tortoise burrow. I have nothing but tortoise burrows around me. Could be worse. And since I need to go get more sandstone, might as well give you a little bit of a flyby so you can see what the base looks like now. So over here we have our, will be barn slash stables. Obviously, we don't have many animals in there currently. This over here is going to be our forge and bloomery, all in one, including the blast furnace. And we got the little bit here is going to be my kitchen and our staircase down to our cellar, which we haven't built yet. This is the main building. And this is going to be my storage depot. That hole right there is a tortoise burrow, just like that burrow right there is a tortoise burrow, and the little one outside the base is a tortoise burrow. Did I mention we have a lot of tortoises around here? So that's the basic layout. I'm leaving room over here so I can expand out this way and wrap around for when I get into some of the bigger things, create and industrial engineering. But for now, we're flying south. I've got to go collect a whole lot more white sandstone, because what I have is not enough. I can't make white sandstone, can I? No, I cannot make sandstone. So only way to get it is to mine it. So we have to travel around 3,000 blocks south. Thankfully, this gyrocopter or Gyrodyne makes the trip 15-20 minute trip. It is so much faster than if I were to walk it. Mind you, to walk from spawn to where our current base is took me about 4 hours, and that's 6,000 blocks. Traveling south to where the Badlands is 3,000, so that would, if I'm walking, take at least 2 hours each way. Instead, it takes me about 40 minutes round trip, not including time mining. So this makes it so much better, but it does consume a lot of water and a lot of food. So I brought a bunch of sandwiches. I've got my water flask, and in my backpack, I have enough water to fill my water skin twice. So we should be good. And it's getting colder out. So, yeah. I might, well, as mentioned before, I'm going to need to go find myself some alpacas or go yoink the sheep so I can get wool and make myself some wool clothing for the winter. Otherwise, we're going to freeze. And that is not ideal. You know, I've been at this for a few hours and I really haven't shown you guys anything. So let's do a little tour. So this silo, as I mentioned, is going to be our main storage, or at least our bulk storage. So I'm putting all of my drawers in here and I'm crafting additional drawers. And yeah, we're just going to try to store all the big bulk items in here to take care of it, and we'll have overflow in chests, right? I showed you the stables slash barn. Right now it's a little sparse on animals, but you figure I'll have, say, 2 or 3 goats in here. I'll have maybe another donkey in here. Get 2 or 3 alpacas, 2 or 3 pigs, that sort of thing. Just have a stable for each different animal. And I mean, I'll be breeding replacements, but that's about it. Over here is going to be the main house. I'm going to have, obviously, rooms sectioned off on the bottom. I'm going to have a foyer, I guess, and I'm going to have an upper level also. And this is going to be the kitchen. We're going to make another top and bottom oven. I'm going to stick it here, so I'm going to have a double oven set up. I'm going to have a staircase going down, probably going this way, and maybe turning to go that way underground. So I'll have the cellar underneath the house. And that way I can access it from the kitchen. And I'll be moving all of these barrels, save for probably the boiled water, herbal water, into not necessarily the cellar, because the barrels make no difference in the cellar, but I'll have a barrel room. If you've watched my TerraFirmaCraft series, I had a barrel room above the cellar. That's probably what I'm going to do again, just so everything is stored kind of in a make sense sort of way. You'll see what I mean in the future. Gyrodyne is not going to stay there, but it's a good enough place for it to land. This area, I'm going to do some landscaping. I'm going to have berry bushes along the walls. Maybe do a little bit on the inside also. Maybe some flowers. Maybe move the beehives over here. And then have a small farm plot for plants that don't require hydration. And I'm also going to have a few fruit trees over here. So olive trees, apple trees, pear trees, that sort of thing. Which, by the way, it is apple season now. So I've picked a few apples. I ate one, so I now have the apple food group taken care of. And then we have our beginning of a forge room. So obviously I'm going to make it expand it a bit. And when we get IE and create and whatnot, I'm going to expand out that way and that way. So we're just going to have like a giant L on the exterior of the building, of the compound connected. That's going to be the, the engineering complex. I'm going to change up the floors, obviously. But here, this is something I was asked in my last episode if it worked, and I wasn't sure. And I was told that it does work. We have the blast furnace on top of the crucible, on top of the charcoal forge. I have not run it yet. Now, if I light the forge, it's not going to do anything for the blast furnace. You have to light the blast furnace individually. But if this works the way it should, we make the pig iron in the blast furnace. It dumps directly into the crucible. I can then heat up the crucible and start casting out the pig iron while still feeding more stuff into the blast furnace. And you notice I put some stairs here so I can get up nice and easily. We can reach the bellows from here. We've got a ladder that leads up to the bloomery so I can toss stuff into the bloomery. Just try to make it nice and convenient. Got the anvil right there. I've got the second anvil back there. So I can always do two. Actually, let's move this one right there. So now I could work two things at once if I want to, or if I'm pulling something out of here, it's going to be iron. It doesn't need to be done on a steel anvil. So, you know, don't need to travel far for it. And then, of course, we have our casts here. I'm going to make more casting molds and probably extend them out this way so we can cast like 6 at a time. But that's not a immediate thing. Oh, and I'm going to have all of our coal, ores, that's flux, clay. That's all going to be stored over here. Just like our ingots, extra crucible, all that stuff. So we're going to try to make sure everything is localized. And yes, I am not getting rid of the turtles. Well, tortoises. I love turtles. They are my pets now. I've got many tortoises in my compound. Got a burrow there, burrow outside. I said I was going to build a, not necessarily aquarium, but see if I can't make like a, not a barn, a zoo. Aquarium, zoo, sort of, whatever. Try to collect all the animals that I can. This is not going to be a big enough space for that, but who says I can't expand it out that way and do like a reptile room and have all the turtles in there and the tortoises in there. And there are snakes you can catch in addition to the giant ones that chase you and kill you all the time. So maybe the ones that I can catch I'll store in there. In the meantime, you can see a little bit of what I'm planning to do with the texturing. Doesn't look too bad, and when I mix in a little white sand, it'll look even better. I wonder how... I didn't test this in my creative world. I wonder how white concrete powder would look also. But yeah, we're going to be mixing in the cut stone with the smooth stone with sand. Let's go and see if I have any sand on me. I don't think the... Yeah, that doesn't look as good. Smooth and cut variants of the sandstone. We're not going to use the raw because it just doesn't look as good. The smooth textures look nice. Ooh, I don't know if I can put the sand over a... No, I didn't. Didn't think so. Okay. So that means if I'm going to do it, I have to put in spaces like right there. But see, that does go pretty well together. You just can't put it over anything where it will fall. But all in all, this is coming together quite nicely. I am going to build a temporary room back here so I actually have a safe place to sleep in, so I don't have to worry about the weather while I still continue building up the rest of the building. And then we're going to do a nice little entranceway here, do an arch, do some columns. Whether I do, you know, get marble. I think I don't ever do it, so I don't know if I can. Okay, so there's smooth marble, there's chiseled marble. I was gonna say, I can always see about getting, say, smooth marble, and then getting the chisel and bits tools, the chisel from Chisel and Bits, and then chiseling the marble into proper Roman columns. Or at least as close to a proper Roman column as I can make in Minecraft. Ooh, I like that idea. And then we will see about doing other stuff like mosaics on the floors. I will be making a bathhouse somewhere eventually. I don't know where. Oh, and if you notice, this is all at the same level. It was going to take far more far more dirt to raise all of this up one level than was just for me to lower what I already had down one level. So we lowered the entire base down by one level, And then it did a little landscaping to make it look more natural. I gotta lower that, but this is where all my flowers are. And I don't want to destroy flowers. So that's the current condition of the base. I still have to do a lot more of adding layers, and then we gotta start making roofs. Now, I can make terracotta roofs from McCrawl's mod, McCrawl's roofs, and these are the ones I was thinking. Oh, that's just regular terracotta. Well, there should be a red version, shouldn't there? Could have sworn I had a red version. Okay, well, I guess it's just plain old terracotta that I need, which is just clay heated in a forge. We can do that pretty easy, and then we can make these. You can't see it because I'm getting hungry and the color's getting desaturated. And I moved all my food. Okay, that's a bit better. These roofs they're tiled, and I think they would go well with a Roman style architecture. So I think that's what I'm going to try to do. You can make them with terracotta and lumber, or if you have the mechanical saw from Create, which we do now have, if I make a filter, I can make the filter and then throw the terracotta on to make different parts. So with the mechanical saw and with a filter, with the filter is pretty easy. Piece of wool and 2 iron nuggets. How am I supposed to get iron nuggets? By cutting wrought iron down or by casting out iron. Well, I take that back. Iron is not that easy to get. At least not the iron nuggets. But if you get a item list filter here, you can then drag the item from JEI into the filter, and I can then decide, you know, hey, I want the base lower top roof. Drag it into the filter, toss the terracotta onto the saw, and it will turn it into the proper piece. So that's where we're at now. This I can't fix. There is a fix that I know about in this current that you could do. If you go to options, resource packs, if you move Life resources above Vexxed Visuals, it will replace Vexxed Visuals will not replace any of the Life textures. So this will be correct. It will not be the broken textures. But all Life items, so that means all the Life food, the bowl, the ovens, the peel, it will all have the built-in Life texture and not the Vexxed Visual texture. So if you don't mind the food looking different or some of the items looking different, then go for that. If the broken texture bothers you too much, I'm desensitized to it. I'm gonna just keep it. All right, I'm gonna get back to working on the base and build up the walls a bit further. Okay, the other day I mentioned that you can wash pink sand and get redstone. I wasn't sure how. You can literally wash it the same way you wash ore. You toss it in, you let the sand process, and you have a small chance. I say small chance, the first one that pops does it. Gives you redstone. So early game, while you're processing down your hematite, you'll get a lot of pink sand. You can then process down that pink sand and get some redstone, which you can then use for a couple different things. Well, a lot of different things. But one thing you are going to want to eventually make, if I can find it, rose quartz, because you need this to make a lot of the create stuff. And you can get these, you can either get nether quartz or quartz shards. I'm sure you've noticed these giant black boulders. These are basalt boulders. These are quartz geodes, like you have amethyst geodes in vanilla. So let's just toss the rest of that down, let it process. This chunk with the washer is chunk loaded, so it will keep running for me. I can walk away and I'll keep processing my powder, and I need to plug this hole also. I'm going to fall down it one of these days, and that will not be good. Alright, so here's the geode. I'm going to assume everything is affected by gravity. So if I break something, stuff might collapse. Okay, you heard that. It is, in fact, affected by gravity. So let's toss one of those. One of those. Support it. Okay, now I can mine into this a little bit safer. Then we got some raw quartzite in there. Then we got a quartz block. That gives a quartz block, which we can crush into quartz shards and sulfur. We also picked up a few quartz shards on their own. Make a little bit of cobblestone so I can get in here. And there you go. Just like with a amethyst geode, there are quartz shards growing in here. So this is how you get quartz without going to the nether. So we're going to need a bunch of this in the future to make rose quartz for a lot of different create stuff. The Tinker's Construct fuel tanks need quartz. So that's good to know. We're going to want to make a Tinker's Construct before too long. Can make quartz dust. Can this be used for... Can be used to make silicon, alright. Can be used to make nether quartz. I need a pressure chamber to make storage parts. That is not going to be fun. Use it on the engineer's workbench to make an electronic component. So yeah, so we're going to need this quartz. So I assume this is like a geode. If you let them, if you just leave them over time, they will, the buds will grow. And then you can come collect them, and that's how you get quartz. So that's quartz. Now we know how to make rose quartz, so we can go look at making the electron tubes, which we need from Create. Okay, where's the burrow? I don't even see it. I'll have to come back later. There's a burrow around here somewhere for spider nest, so we can get rid of that in the future. So I was going to say before I get interrupted, electron tubes, which we use to make a lot of different create stuff. We need it to make the brass funnels, the smart pipes, train signals, Nixie tubes, adjustable gear shifts, well extractor, Tesla coil. So yeah, we're going to need that in the future. Now, time to go back because I am once again starving and everything is becoming desaturated. And yeah, the world looks bad when it gets desaturated like this. So a Skelly spawned in my iron mine and he's now just camping my stuff. Oh, he's gone. Well, finally. As you can see, it did not go well for me. Anyway, I need to gather up about 10 ingots worth of iron. We need to gather up 10 ingots worth of iron because there's a... I was going to say new tool. New to me that I want to make. And that is the portable drill from Create Stuff in Additions. So this is going to require a brass drill head, which means we're going to need to make a bunch of brass, and we're going to need to make some deployers. That's going to be a bit... oh! Never mind, I can do it on anvil. That makes life easier. We're going to need brass ingots, brass mechanism, andesite alloy, drill head, and a steam engine. Still going to need to make a deployer, but I can do this with just one deployer. It's going to be, I was going to say a bit of annoying. It's, you got to just manually refill everything. But that'll make a steam engine. You put that all together, you get a portable drill. I will probably have to make the backpack from Create. Not backpack, the copper Backtank. probably have to make one of these. That's not too bad, but fluid valve is okay. That's not too bad. Make one of these so we can charge it full of air, probably to power this. But yeah, and then we can sort of drill a lot quicker instead of just coming down here and having to mine one block at a time. So that is our next goal. See how much of it I can get done today. It's going to take a little bit of time, but it's not going to be too bad. And we'll actually get something done in this episode aside from me just talking about all the work I did on the house or on the base, which is looking good. I'm not going to downplay that. I like how it's coming together. It's just maybe doesn't make the best viewing experience just watching me talk about everything I've done. Then again, isn't that most episodes just talking about everything you've done? Anyway, I'm going to keep working on... I'm going to get to work on making this drill. And I'll bring it back when we have a little more progress. Okay, let's make the deployer. And let's see about making the actual drill here. So to make the deployer, it's got quite a few steps. We need to make, first, a andesite casing. So strip log plus andesite alloy. And we're actually going to need 2 of these. So let's make 2. We need to add a small cog to the andesite casing. To make the small cog, we're going to need multiple small cogs. So we're going to do 2 for now. We can put slabs down and right click with our saw and that'll turn them into a small slab. Small gear. And then click that on. That makes it a gearbox. Then we need a redstone torch. So, put a torch down. Right click redstone onto it. Pick up the torch. Put that on. That turns into a clutch. We do another small gear. That turns into a gear shift. Now we got the gear shift. We can grab our brass hand, which we make from a double brass sheet on an anvil. Apply that. We now have a deployer. Okay. I may have discovered a small bug. So you can make the brass mechanism either using this sequence from create or by making on the anvil. I made the brass rod, which is, 1 brass ingot becomes 2 brass rods. I completed the recipe, so there were 2 brass rods in the anvil. I then turned it into a brass mechanism and it consumed both rods and made 1 mechanism. So either that's a bug and I just wasted a mechanism, or it actually takes 2 and I didn't know that. But, so we've got the deployer. Next, we need to start making the drill. We're going to need quite a few cog wheels for this. Oh, I forgot to make the wrought iron. Okay, well, we'll get to... Yep, no. I forgot to make the wrought iron, so this is going to take a minute. But we do need to make some more shafts. And so instead of right-clicking andesite alloy onto a post, we can toss one onto the saw here and turn this, and it'll turn it into ladders. That's not right. Andesite alloy onto the saw to give 6 shafts. So why did that not work? Wait, what's the difference between cutting and sawing? Let's see if I can trick it into working by doing this. Putting this in the filter. Then tossing that on. Yes, okay, so we can trick it into working that way. But now I need to go make up additional andesite alloy in addition to the raw iron I completely forgot about. So let's do that. Okay, I should now have everything I need to finish this project. First, let's turn this into a turntable. Pick that up. We can apply that to the andesite casing, and that makes a depot. We can place this. And yes, we've had our first snow. Oh, by the way, you can throw hot items onto snow just like you can into water to cool them down a bit faster. All right, so now we have our depot there. We've got our crank here. We've got a deployer. We need to turn all of these into large gears and all of these into small gears. And then turn them all into cogwheels. I just realized I need another 2 small cogs. Make that. Switch this to our offhand. Grab that. Okay. Problem solved. So let's make the brass drill head first. We need the drill head, andesite, 4 brass, and the brass mechanism. So that's the drill head. And then we can place that there along with 2 cogs and a single brass. Then we take our brass sheet, our large cogs, our small cogs, our fans, and our andesite alloy, because we need to apply those in small, large, fan, and an andesite. Small, large, fan, andesite. Put the sheet there. Put that there. I only want one at a time. And there we go. We now have a steam engine. Throw that here. And now we have a portable drill. Now, this should not work. Yeah. Does not currently work because we don't have any steam for it. Which means we have to make a tank. That's going to require a fluid valve, which is going to require more brass, and a pipe, which we make from a double copper sheet. And then 4 more copper sheets and 2 more shafts, and that'll make our tank. But I'm pretty much out of time for today. So that's going to be next episode, and then we can actually use the drill to go mining. But yeah, we have our first, create contraption. First usable tool here. That's, I guess, technically better than steel, because it will be faster. So, hey, we're making progress. And the base is looking better, although it did just snow, which means we are now officially in storm season. So I'm going to need to put some temporary roofs up until I can make the terracotta to make the proper roofs. And that's just going to go over the barn there, the silo, okay, almost everything. And we can do that with just thatch or with mud bricks. So I'm going to do that between episodes. Hopefully we don't have to worry about any tornadoes between now and then. And then, well, as you see, we've got trees planted to start growing fruit. They won't fruit till next year, but we got it started at least. And yeah, we're making progress. So thank you for joining me today. Hope you've had a wonderful day, and I'll see you next time. Later. Hello there, and welcome back to TerraFirmaCraft HardRock. I hope you're having a wonderful day. We made the drill last episode, but if you read the description here, requires fuel and water. Does not say what type of fuel. So I'm going to have to find that out. But from what I've been told, you cannot use a wooden bucket to give it water. Yeah. I'm right-clicking on it. That's not working. Shift-clicking right. Yep, I'm not getting water from the bucket. So that doesn't look like it works. And nor does it look like I can shift-click charcoal on. So I'm going to need to do a little research about this. What mod is this? This is the create and something. Create stuff. Small fueling tank. Automatically fill stuff that needs fuel. Okay, so maybe we need to make one of these. That's sturdy sheets, which is obsidian powder and lava. Okay, so that means at the very least we need blue steel before we can do any of that. And what sort of fuel? Right click on lava. Okay, so the portable drill takes lava as fuel. And we can't make lava yet. Well, we can't collect lava yet. I don't think you can actually make lava. Actually, you probably could. Now that I think about it, yeah, I probably could make lava. What's this one? That's a water tank. Oh, okay. So I would need to make a water tank to fill that with water, and then a lava tank to fill that with lava, and then we can fuel the portable drill and go mining with it. From what I'm heard, obviously I haven't tested yet, I don't know, it's gonna be 1 fuel and 1 water per block broken. So at full, this can mine 1,600 blocks. Not bad. The steel pick we have has a durability of 3,300. So, 3,300 can mine double what the drill can, but the drill will be much faster. And we can carry fuel with us to refill it. So, to that end, we're going to need to start making steel. Black steel, and then blue steel. So, black steel is involved. So is blue steel, to be fair. To make the black steel, we need to make steel, and then combine it with bismuth bronze and nickel. And that'll make weak steel ingots. Once we have the weak steel ingots, we have to meld that with pig iron, which is the pre-steel that we get out of the blast furnace. So we essentially need 2 ingots of steel in order to make 1 ingot of black steel, which we process down with the anvil the same way we turn pig iron into steel, and the same way we turn raw blooms into wrought iron. Once we have black steel, we need to make a black steel anvil, because then we need to make blue steel. We have to make weak blue steel, which uses black steel, steel again, bismuth bronze, and sterling silver. That makes the weak blue steel, which we have to combine on an anvil with black steel. And that makes the high carbon blue steel, which again, same process as iron and steel to turn it into blue steel. And then once we have blue steel, and we will need a blue steel anvil to work this, or red steel. It's red and blue steel are the same tier. They are 1 tier above black steel, which is 1 tier above steel. So we're going to need to make a black steel anvil in order to make blue and red steel, and then we need to make a blue or red steel anvil to make blue and red steel items. But once we now have blue steel, we can make a blue steel bucket, which will allow us to pick up lava. We can then turn that into a regular bucket by combining it with a steel sheet. That will make the vanilla bucket. We can carry both water or lava in the bucket, and then we can fill up both of these tanks. To be fair, we could probably fill up the water tank just by shift clicking on water. The lava tank, we might be able to pick up lava just by shift clicking on lava. Yeah, it says right click on lava, so we can pick up lava that way. Wait a minute. I should be able to make lava using ex nihilo? Wait a minute. I'm having a brainstorm here. If we take a crucible, we should be able to... That's endstone. Those are all magma blocks. We can pick up magma blocks in the wild if we can find it, and that we can heat down into lava. There has to be other ways to make lava. We can do it with create. Okay, so using the ex nihilo crucible, we can make lava, which we can then fill our tank with or make the sturdy sheets with. We'd still have to go out exploring and find the blocks for that. Stone barrel doesn't help, it's just a crucible, right? Yeah, and that requires porcelain, which It's a little expensive, but it's not that bad. Okay, well, all that to say, we need to do a little more exploring, because in order to make black steel, we need nickel. Nickel we can only get in 3 stone types: granite, diorite, and gabbro. We have a little dalasite and a little rhyolite. Well, we're right in the middle of a rhyolite, so we have plenty of rhyolite, but we have no, save for these little patches, we don't have any diorite around us. And I have yet to find gabbro on the map. But if you remember, we spawned in all the way up north. That's got diorite. So we go fly north, take our prospector's pick. We can hopefully find nickel. If I didn't find some and mark it on my map already. I don't remember doing it, but it was nearly 3 months ago. So, you know, it's been a little bit of time. If we find some nickel, we can mine up the nickel and get started on making black steel. So that is the plan for now. Or at least that's part of the plan for today. I also need to make roofs. Those are going to be a lot easier to do. If we run over here, grab a stack of clay, we can just do this to turn it into clay blocks. And then we can throw the clay blocks into our crucible, and using the bellows and charcoal, which we're going to need to make more charcoal, we can heat them up. Once they get hot enough, they'll turn into terracotta, which we can then shape on. Well, we can either craft using lumber. Then once we have one of each of the roof types we need, we can then go over to our saw, which is, you know, over by our grindstone and whatnot. Place the roof type onto there, such as this base lower top roof. We can place that onto the saw and then just toss more terracotta on and do a 1-to-1 conversion instead of using lumber. Granted, the lumber is not that expensive. It's 1 lumber per recipe, and you get 1 roof block per block of terracotta. But if you need odd numbers or something, it'd be easier just to use the saw. So I need to go gather up a lot of clay. That's not going to be enough. And I need to gather up nickel. So we know what we're doing today. We're going to be busy. Can this go in there? It can go in there. Oh, it saves me a little bit of effort. And, our plants aren't growing because it's too cold. Kind of obvious. It is 2 degrees outside. But come the spring, those will grow instantly, and then we might have fruit for next year. And I've got some peach trees, and then we got some olives, which is good because then I'll be able to make olive oil to power our lamps. Of course, by then, at this rate, we will have blue steel, which means we can have blue steel lamps, which don't require... Well, no, they do require fuel. They require lava, but once you put lava in them, they never run out of fuel. So, I've been talking for 12 minutes. We need to cut. I'll bring it back when we have a little bit of progress. Finally found garnerite. And it is... Oh. I labeled it as lead on the map. This is nickel. Anyway, we finally found it. It took us hours. I started looking for nickel. Well, okay, the last clip I recorded. Trace. Large, medium. So it's here, but lower. Okay. The last clip I recorded was at around 8 p.m. for me. It is now almost 2 a.m. 6 hours to find this stuff. And we have a whole bunch of wolves over there, so we can't go over there to get wood to build our ladder because I forgot to bring a ladder with me. I can build 3 ladders right now. And I don't have anything to make. Okay, you know what? Going to dig down a little bit And then we're going to fly back home, grab all the resources I need, and then come back out here and hopefully find plenty of nickel so that we can make the steel that we need. Now, my Gyrodyne is all the way down here at the edge of the field, so I still got a bit of a distance to run back to get it. But now we have nickel, we can... Well, now we know where there's nickel, we can start making black steel. And then blue steel. And then we can make more create stuff. So, you know, I should really go grab a whole lot more copper while I'm at it, too. I did it again. I marked on the map Garnerite as lead. I just changed it over to nickel. But, so that's just 2 lead locations I just found very close to each other. One's there. Lead. Nickel. 2 nickel locations I found very close to each other. Very large sample of chrome. That's the problem. It's right on a chrome vein too. Chrome. Cassiterite. So we've got tin, chrome, and nickel all interwoven with each other. You don't really need that much. You need 20%. 15 to 25% to make black steel. So that plus what I have in my bag. You double that is 130. That's enough to make 4 or so. Oh no, 5 easy black steel. And that's just what I've picked up off of the ground. So you get the idea. It's absolutely needed, but you don't need a ton of it. So once you find 1 or even 2 small veins, you will probably have enough to get all the black steel you need. Now then, to make the blue steel, as I mentioned, you need black steel, and it gets expensive. Yeah, I think this is going to be good enough for now. I am getting cold, I'm running out of food, and I'm running out of water. But this is... Yep, I can't do the math in my head right now. It is 3:30 in the morning. But as you can see, there is still ore to be gotten here. So, I'll be coming back in the future to finish collecting all this, and that should be more than enough to get us, hopefully, to blue steel. I really can't overstate just how useful the Gyrodyne is. All these purple flowers down here are clay deposits. Well, these were clay deposits. These ones over here are clay deposits. So, you know, need to find clay to make terracotta. Yep, just fly out, look out for the purple flowers, and start mining. And you have all the clay you're going to need for quite some time. So now we're going to go back, going to finish firing the clay blocks into terracotta, so I can then make the terracotta roofing, and we can actually start building some roofs on a few of our buildings. Gonna start with the barn. I've already thrown a temporary roof over our kitchen, and I am going to make one for our forge. Had a brain fart there. But I have to do something with the forge because I need to make a pair of chimneys to help prevent pollution, and I'll show you that when we actually get to it. Oh yeah, Gyrodyne makes gathering resources so much easier. And it does have internal inventory, so you can always store a little extra inside if you have to. Okay, so here's the real question. Is this the patch before or after I fixed the roof recipe issue? Let's find out. Okay, this one works. So we're going to want these base, lower, top roof, lower base, lower base roof. So we do one of those for now, and we do one of those for now, so you can see what they're going to look like. We're going to put this one here, and then that there, and that's going to be how all the roofs end up looking. Yeah. And then I can do... Nope. Right. So I didn't fix the roof completely at this point. Yep. Okay, so apparently I didn't fix these roofs completely. If you break them, they're gone. Alright, so don't make mistakes. Or if you got cheats on, just get your give yourself one of the roofs back that you accidentally destroy. Alright, so what we can do then is we go back to our saw. We take the roof that we have, we place it on there. Then we can toss our terracotta there, and when we start processing it, it'll turn it 1 for 1 into the roof type. This does use a lot of thirst, unless you hook it up to your water wheels or windmills, which I do recommend. I just haven't gotten around. Thank you. Which I just haven't gotten around to yet, so no. Make do. But once we have all the roofs we need, we can swap over to the all the top roofs. We can swap over to the bottom roofs, make all those, and then we'll just go and build our barn. I think I do have extra terracotta here, so it's not that big of a deal that I accidentally destroyed 2 roofs. But yeah, this makes life easier. Just don't step on the saw. Bad things will happen. But now I can automate making some more of these roofs. Don't exactly remember how much more of each I need, so I'm only going to do like a half stack of each. Because then I should have a little bit left over and I can come back and adjust what I need. But here, if I go into free cam for a moment while that's going, you can see what I'm doing here. I will be putting a bit more of the sandstone on the sides here as I go up into a point. But I think that looks good. And just need a bit more texturing of the walls since they're all quite flat at the moment. I'll figure out how much of each I need and then I can finish making the roofs. So I majorly miscounted. I thought I needed 128 roofs. Yeah, I need substantially more than that. I need to make another 110 on top of what I already have. So I gotta go make a lot more terracotta, but then we'll be done with this one building's roof. But this should look quite nice when it's done, and I could put some fake support beams in so I can hang lanterns in here and just make sure this is nicely lit. I did go find myself another pair of goats. They're much smaller than the first goat, but now we've got 2 nannies and 1 billy, and we'll have baby goats before too long. Still no sheep though. I went to go collect another sheep. I found a ram. I was in the process of bringing it home. Went to break a leaf. And, well, dinner's gonna be ready. So let's go make more terracotta. So that's a bad thing. If you get lightning during a storm in the winter, that means that you have a chance of a tornado. So that's bad. I did finish the roof over here, so the animals will be safe. But my... yeah, none of this is safe. Everything here is just safe now because I put some roofing in. Yeah, oh, sailing now too. Perfect. However, I don't think any of these would be safe. Okay, those should be relatively safe. The clouds are moving, but the snow has let up. And the lightning stopped too, so I think we're going to be safe this time. But I'm going to want to put a roof quickly over our storage room. And the sandstone should be fine to build a temporary roof with. This should not collapse? No. Okay. Alright, and those should be safe for now. Okay. So see, the thing is, when a tornado comes by, it will pick up... fences, it'll pick up wood. It will not pick up stone, it will not pick up the McCrawl's roofs. I don't know if these log piles would be safe. These barrels might not be safe. Everything in here would be safe because it's all, you know, in storage. The chests could be picked up. Anvils could be picked up. That's why I put a roof over the anvils. The trees should be fine. If I had crops on this field, they could be picked up. Most create stuff is safe. Although I did notice that small cogwheels can be picked up. And then stone is safe. So you don't have to worry about these stone bricks being picked up. Ah, but this isn't safe. These can be picked up. And that's part of the reason I wanted to put the roof on here so quickly. Is because animals can also be picked up by the tornadoes. But having these roofs on, they'll protect them. The roof over the fences protects it. This ledge here should protect these fences. So they should all be nice and safe. Ooh, winterberries. I'm going to have to adjust this because I don't think this is safe down here. But we have a ton of garner right now. Or at least we will have a ton when it's done. Which means that we can make... Well, we can start making on start working on black steel. So I went through all the math to explain making the black steel, and I did it completely wrong. So I needed to make 22 ingots of black steel. I made 21. But to make those 22 ingots of black steel, you see there's the 21 steel behind me, I needed 5 nickel. So that was our garner right here. I needed 5 black bronze. To make the black bronze, we needed silver, gold, and copper. 2 of these, and 3 of these to make 1 ingot. And then we of course needed 12 ingots of steel. I made 11, messed up my ratio, and wound up with less steel than I needed. But now we have this weak steel, which is good. Except I also forgot that I need to weld the weak steel to pig iron, which means to turn this weak steel into black steel, I need another 21 pig iron. But that's not all the mistake I made. No. See, in order to make the weak blue steel, we need to weld it together with black steel, which means to make the 16 blue steel, we need an additional 16 black steel. So we don't need 21 or even 22 ingots of black steel. We're going to need about 38 ingots of black steel, because 16 of them go straight into combining with the weak blue steel to make the actual blue steel. And right, and then we need a 22 to make the blue steel, the weak blue steel, and the black steel anvil. And then on top of that, we need an additional 38 ingots of iron in order to turn it into pig iron to combine with the weak black steel, or the weak steel to turn it into black steel. all this to say, I did my math wrong. I have a lot of resource gathering still to do, which means we're not going to have time to finish for this episode. So I'm going to be going out, I'm going to be mining, I'm going to hopefully not be picked up by a tornado that might or might not spawn thanks to all the storms I'm having. And, well, next episode we will actually make the black steel and the blue steel anvils and make a bucket and then see about getting our drill working. So that'll be fun. But what I also want to do for next episode is, well, I gotta collect a lot more graphite and kaolite and even more clay, combine that all together to make new fire clay, which of course we turn into fire clay bricks, which we could then turn into these fire bricks, which we can use to make a coke oven. Now the coke oven will allow us to turn, there we go, we could turn firewood directly into charcoal using the coke oven. It also produces some creosote, which we can use for a couple different things. Treated wood, it looks like. It's a fuel. Yeah, it looks like it's a fuel source also. Can use it to make resin. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so we can use the creosote for a few things. But then also we can then turn coal, not charcoal, just plain coal, so we can get bismuth and lignite from the ground and turn that into coal coke, which is just a hotter, longer burning version of coal. I think it's pretty much you just burn out all the impurities. Anyway, we do that, we get a more efficient version of coal that we can use for working our furnaces and everything, and other recipes that require coal. But yeah, so we're gonna have to go out, collect a lot more iron. I mean, a lot more. I might as well just spend a few hours down there mining, because I think I'm really gonna need somewhere close to 60 ingots worth of iron, and then I have to process all that down, which is gonna take a non-inconsiderable amount of time. And then we have, we have to grind it, well, wash it, grind it, wash it, smelt it. At least I don't have to turn it into raw before I turn it into steel. I could just go straight from cast iron into steel. Oh, and this burrow, right away. By the way, right click on the burrow will tell you what type of burrow it is. So, very useful for if you come across a burrow, you don't know if it's a safe one or not. You right click it and it'll tell you if you're going to be murdered by something or not. But there were 17 tortoises that came out of this one hole. It was like there were just nothing but tortoises. There were half a dozen inside my forge with me while I was working on the steel. So, I've got my hands full a little bit. But I think this is as good a place as any to call it for today. We made some decent progress. I never had a problem with W's before. We made some decent progress with the barn back there. We have a nice shingled roof. We're going to put roofs on all the buildings. The granary or storage silo will be much taller. 3 or 4 stories tall by the time I'm done. This building behind me is going to be at least 1 more story tall. The forge is going to be taller. We're going to put roofs on all of that. And then we're going to have roofing outlining the outer wall. And it's going to be overhanging on both sides. So if you're on this side of the wall or this side, there will be a 1x2 roof coming out over it, just like what we have with these over here. So that is the plan. I did mention making columns. I'm going to need to do chisel and bits for that, but I think I'll do them along here underneath the roof. Oh, and something else. I was talking before about stuff that was safe and stuff that wasn't safe from the tornado. Yeah, these beehives are not safe as they are right now. So what I'm going to have to do is place... I don't have to put fence posts down, but it'll look nice if I do. If I put a fence post on the corners, I can then put the mud bricks over top of this. I can do it with any brick really, And having the bricks in a 3x3 over the beehives will protect the beehives. They will not be picked up by any tornado or storm. So I'm going to do that before it's too late and I lose my bees, because that would be a nuisance to say the least. But yep, I think that's a good place to stop for today. So thank you for joining me today. I hope you had a wonderful day. I hope you got a kick out of a few things, specifically me messing up my roofs, which, by the way, they're broken in the 118 patch. They work perfectly fine in the 1.20.1 patch. So if and when HardRock gets released for 1.20.1, they'll work perfectly. I just forgot to give them a drop table file. I'm not proud of my mistakes. Anyway, thank you for joining me today. Hope you had a wonderful day. I'll see you next time. Later. Guys, we got a tornado. I just lit my forge and I'm hiding in my forge room right now. And that's coming right towards the base. Oh, you see that? I'm getting pulled. I'll just hide in the corner here. Free cam. Well, I'm stuck in here anyway until this thing is gone. Might as well keep forging. Well, you know what today's thumbnail's gonna be? Thankfully, it looks like... Yep, I put mud bricks over my sluicing right before this started. And it looks like that saved it. And I'm not seeing any damage around my base. There we go. Storm's over. Well, okay. The tornado part of the storm is over. Let's actually check if there was any damage. I didn't see any. Everything down there looks good. My bridge is undamaged. The trees look fine, even though it passed right over them, so that's good. And my ladders are still good. Okay, so we survived our first tornado with no damage. That's a good way to start the episode, isn't it? Hello there. Welcome back to TerraFirmaCraft HardRock. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm gonna go back to forging now that the excitement is over. I'm out looking for kaolite. Well, that mark right there is, I think, my kaolite mine, and a tornado spawned right on top of it. But if you listen carefully, you can hear what sounds like wood cracking. That's how you know there's a tornado. It's not just the lightning or whatnot. Like, you'll actually hear cracking, like branches breaking, whatnot. Literally spawned right where I wanted to go. Look at that. The Arundo, it just tore it all up. I feel like I'm like one of those hurricane sorry, I feel like I'm one of the storm chasers right now, chasing after the tornado. Just don't get close enough to get pulled away by it. Now, I thought these could actually damage trees, but I'm not seeing it damage the trees. So it may not have just hit a tree straight on, or it's just... yeah, who knows? Now, I believe if you get picked up by them, you will be thrown in the air, but you will get feather falling. So you don't have to worry about falling to your death if you get picked up by one. But it's still not good. Oh, I'm gonna run out of food just watching this thing, so I gotta go fly away and actually figure out where the kaolite mine I was working on is. It's another one. Oh, this is daytime. This time you can see it in its full terror. You know what? Let's do something foolish. If I can do it quick enough. So as you get closer, you start getting pulled by it. My hands are off the keyboard and the mouse. When you get too close, you won't be able to run away anymore, I don't think. Yeah, I can barely get away at this point. And now I'm flying. And yes, it is extremely laggy. These storms just like wreck the FPS of the game. So, there's nothing I can do about that. And now we are plummeting to our death. I thought I was supposed to have slow falling. Well, I didn't take damage, so I guess I do have slow falling? And off we go again. Now, you can't really tell too well. The grass is being torn up. Some of the flowers are. The trees aren't taking damage. I think it's because they are the dynamic trees. I think if they were vanilla trees, they might. Just getting all the screenshots of me flying around. Ooh, that time I took damage. Not much. Okay, well that was fun. Let's see if we can't get back to safety. So, they're not super dangerous to you, but they can pick up animals. So that's why I wanted to make sure there was a barn roof over my barn so all my animals would be safe. And they will tear off any wooden blocks. They'll tear off fences. Do we have a second one spawning? That'd be crazy. And that was almost bad. They will tear up doors. So they can tear the doors off of your house. So what I'm saying is these tornadoes are more of a threat to your structures than they are to you. But they're still dangerous. It can set you back progress-wise quite a bit if they hit you at the wrong time. Because they can pick up your anvils, I believe. That's what I've been told. So, you know, you sit down, you finally make your steel anvil, you put it down outside, a tornado comes around, picks up your anvil, now you gotta start from scratch again. part of the reason why you should always keep one version of the tier below the anvil you're working on. So of course we have our steel anvil here, and we also have our iron. When I make the black steel anvil, we can get rid of the iron one, and this way, if something ever happens, we're only set back. If something ever happens to our anvil, we're only set back one tier. I mean, it will still hurt to have to remake a black steel anvil and eventually like a blue steel anvil, but it's a lot better than having to go all the way back and start making copper anvil to make a bronze, to make an iron, and so on and so forth. Alright, well... Oh, it's a good thing this hail doesn't hurt, because I imagine fist-sized hail would do quite a bit of damage. But I have to go continue working on the steel. Gotta make the pig iron to combine with the black steel, and all that fun stuff. It's been almost 10 minutes. This is the same tornado, and it's about to hit my base. Oh, the door to my bedroom's gone. Well, we're learning firsthand what exactly is safe. So the silk leaves are not safe. They are gone. Those are just not rendering in because I'm in free cam mode. The log piles are safe. The barrels are safe. The crafting table's safe. The trees I planted are safe. All of the silk leaves are gone. Oh, that took a long time to get all of them like that. You see all the grass is being torn up as it goes along. So, you know, it's clearing out my property for me. Okay, everything in my forge survived. Oh. The wooden block with the hook on it. Oh, the hook's right there still. So that's good. Oh, hey, look. One of the doors are right there, so it's not completely lost. I think the blocks it picks up can land in block form. And I don't mean item form. I mean, like, it picked up the leaf. I might go out exploring and just randomly find leaves. Silk leaves just everywhere from where they got ripped off the trees. Alright, well, I gotta wait till this is over, but I might as well try to go rescue my door. Yeah, we only got one door back. Let's put that on the bedroom so that it counts as a insulated room again, so I can stay warm. Let's just put that there so I don't lose it. So we had a tornado, and now we have a blizzard. Boy, winter's a fun time of year, isn't it? It didn't come over here, so I didn't have to worry about my beehives too much. So that's good. At the end of the last episode, I mentioned we should build the coke oven. So we need to finish making up some fire bricks. These should be the last of the the unfired bricks to be done. Alright, that's that. I'm going to pull that out so we don't waste any more charcoal, since we don't have... We've got a little bit left. It's not a ton. So we want these plus those. I cannot do that in this crafting grid. There we go. We have 28. We needed 27 blocks. So we can put this together in a 3x3x3 grid. Figure put it right here. I clean up a little bit of snow. And once our bloomery is done, is making some wrought iron because we need to make the hammer from Immersive Engineering, the engineer's hammer, which is just string, a stick, and an engineering hammer, which we can make from wrought iron and only wrought iron. We'll make that, then we right click this center block here. That'll turn that structure into the coke oven. And then we can start tossing logs in to turn into charcoal this way instead of making, well, instead of having to use our charcoal pit, which is not a one-to-one. And I think this is a one-to-one. In other words, if I put 16 logs in, the most you're going to get is 8, but you're usually going to get closer to 6. So it's very inefficient. But if you put in here, I think 16 logs will turn into 16 charcoal. We will find out in time. Just need this bloom to finish. And then we will have enough charcoal to actually make the rest of the steel. So we have 21 ingots of weak steel here. We need to make an additional 17. We need to make an additional 17, which means we're going to need 9 more ingots of steel to turn into the weak steel. So I've got 48 ingots there and an additional 3 there in case we need, well, we need 9. So we're going to want 4 of those and 1 of those into here to turn it into the pig iron to cast out into steel, which we then combine with the nickel and black bronze to make more of this weak steel. I told you this is involved. The math really makes it useful to have a spreadsheet on hand. Once we do that, we can melt down most of the rest of this cast iron. Wow, my brain. We can melt down the rest of that cast iron into pig iron, cast it into pig iron, and then we'll combine it with the weak steel to turn into black steel, which we can then combine the black steel with this to make blue steel. And then we'll make our black steel anvil, we'll make our blue steel anvil, and then we make our blue steel bucket. Now, it should be noted, you need a blue steel bucket to pick up lava. You need a red, and to be able to place the lava back down. You need a red steel bucket to pick up water and place down water sources. If you make either a blue steel or a red steel bucket and combine it with regular steel to make it into the vanilla bucket, then it can pick up both lava and water. Okay, once that's done, I'll move on to the next step. And yeah, we'll see how far we can get today. This is such a convoluted recipe. Hit cannot be last. Draw must be second to last. Upset can be any. So, and I got it perfect here. So let's do hit, draw, bend. Doesn't get it close enough. Hit, draw, bend. Almost. Oh wait, I wanted upset, not bend. Hit, draw, bend. It's too much this time. Almost. There we go. Now we got the hammer. The engineer's hammer. There we go. And if we click on the middle block with it, there we go. which means we can now grab a stack of these, toss them in there, and this will slowly process itself into charcoal for me, and it should be 1-to-1. So, that's perfect. Oh. Huh. Well, okay then. And now we just gotta actually tackle making more steel. But I gotta wait for a little more charcoal. Yeah. I mean, I've got enough charcoal, I can turn this all into the weak steel. But then to turn all of this into pig iron is going to take a lot more charcoal than I have. Yep. Well, as of right now, 1-to-1. But it does take a minute or so to process through. So it's not quick. It is 1-to-1. If I did a full charcoal pit, which I had over there, was 3x3x3, so what was that? That's 9 times 16. That's a lot. 130 something logs. Does it in about 10 minutes. To get through 130 logs in here is going to take you, well, a lot more than 10 minutes. But it's 1-to-1, so I mean, again, trade-offs. I wonder if I can put more than 16 in at a time. TerraFirmaCraft stack is 16. Or at least of logs, and yeah, okay, can still only do 16 at a time, so. Well, I mean, might as well get to making more weak steel. I've got time to kill. I can't get anything done without getting tornadoes. By the way, the one that hit our base stole my deployer, and this one is moving closer. Oh, it's gonna grab me. Get it back inside. That better not take my my oven I just set up. Anyway, we're almost done with the pig iron. We combine it with the weak steel to make black steel. And then make the blue steel. So we're almost done. If the tornadoes would leave me alone for a few minutes. That one's going away now. What I was going to do is I was going to quickly throw these terracotta blocks over the... Still getting pulled by it. Over this. Just to have something over the top so it wouldn't get pulled away. Not that I think they can, but... Well, these haven't been pulled away, so I don't think they would. And then once I have all these piled up, I'll like slowly put the ingots, the pig iron, and the weak steel in here so I can heat them up. So I can weld them together. Yeah, it's a whole process, but we are very close to being done. Need to pump that. Tell you, the hillside over here is just completely devoid of plants now. Actually made it really easy for me to find a little bit more hematite on the surface, because the rocks and the hematite, the orbits, they don't get picked up, but the plants do. I definitely know what I'm naming this episode at this point. I mean, let's face it, you've seen the title. It's the one with all the tornadoes. Alright, so we've got our hot pig iron, our hot weak steel. Toss them on. There we go, that turns into the high carbon. Do it again here. Then we can stick these down for the time being because I'm kind of just... I gotta get all these done first. But once we get these done, we can then heat back up the high carbon. And we just do the same thing we've done before. There we go, black steel. And black steel double ingot. And we do this, and now we have a black steel anvil. Just gonna place that down there for now. We don't need it We don't need it right this moment. And this high carbon steel. Well, now we can start setting the steel aside to actually turn into the blue steel. Had to check my spreadsheet. I needed 2 ingots to... Sorry, I need 8 ingots of black steel to mix with the regular steel, the bismuth, and the sterling to turn into the blue steel. That's 6 of the 8. So we just need 2 more black steel, and then the rest of this black steel has to be made up to be combined with the blue steel once it's weak blue steel. And we gotta do that on this anvil. So, you know, I might as well, I've got a moment, swap the regular steel with the black steel anvil. So I just made a small mistake and turned one of the pig iron into high carbon steel. Thankfully, when it melts, it turns back into pig iron, so we can melt it, cast it out into one of these, and then once we have it in ingot mold ingot form again, we can just try welding it together again. Alright, so that's cooling down. Make sure that's hot. Put these back. That's ready. That should be ready. And we fixed the problem. So that's the last of the black steel. Now we need to combine these. So we need 2 bismuth, 2 sterling, 4 steel. Yeah, because we're doing 16. So my math is 12.5% sterling, 12.5% bismuth, 25% steel, and 50% black steel. As you see, with 8 ingots, we're at 50, 25, 25. So when we finish melting these 8, they'll drop to 25, 12.5, 12.5. Which will be the correct ratio. Give us weak blue steel. We can start casting it out. We're going to want to wait till all of this is cast out first. Then we'll heat them up together, just like we did with the black bronze. Sorry, the black steel. And then we will have our blue steel. Then we can make our blue steel anvil. Then we can make, there we go, weak blue steel. Then we can make our blue steel bucket. And then we can look at doing some of the other fun stuff. In the meantime, I think this is the fastest I've ever gone from beginning of the game to blue steel. I've kind of been, well, not quite speed running it. It has been 3 months, but yeah, when I did my TerraFirmaCraft series, I don't think I got blue steel till I was closer to episode 20. And with that, we now have blue steel. Actually, let's just weld them together. Not hot enough. Never mind. Actually, I love the color of the blue steel. No secret, I've mentioned before, blue is my favorite color. Blue steel is the best looking steel in the game. However, this takes a lot of hits to get done right. Okay, it's 3. Not hot enough. They cool down in the time it took me to get that one done. And we are almost done. There we go. There's our blue steel anvil. Just stick that there for a moment. And then we need to take these two, weld them together, and pull it out of there because we need to do it over here. Turn this into a sheet. Hit, hit, hit. Makes life easy. And then bucket. Bend, bend, bend. And now we have blue steel bucket. Nice. Let's pull what's left of the coal out of there. Toss it back in there. And now we have 4 anvils. We don't need 4. So I'm going to end up melting down the steel and the iron one in the future. We've got our blue steel, so we can now start making blue steel armor and blue steel tools. Well, I mean, once I have all the resources to do it again, because I kind of used up a lot of resources to get to this point. But now we can make blue steel tools, blue steel weapons. We have a blue steel bucket. We can pick up lava. Which means our next step in order to be able to use the drill we made is we need to make this fuel tank, both the water and the lava. And to do this, we need to make a sturdy sheet, which requires obsidian powder. Then we gotta find obsidian, which I'm sure is gonna require steel, at least steel, if not black steel or blue steel, in order to collect. And then we have to make crushing wheels to crush it down. Crushing wheels, not too bad. A lot of andesite. I have a ton of andesite. It's not an issue. But we need mechanical crafters. Mechanical crafters require sequenced gear shift, which requires a brass casing, which means we're going to need, I think it was 21 of these. Yeah, we need 21 of the mechanical crafters. So we're going to need 21 brass plus a brass mechanism. So that's 22 brass plus the wheel. The mechanical crafter is, I'm going to need a bunch of electron tubes. I'm going to need 21, which means I need to go collect 21 quartz. I'm going to need glass bottles. I got glass bottles. Going to need glass. Going to need gold. I've got gold. We're going to need 42 ingots of iron. And we're going to need 21 rose quartz, which means we need to go collect 21 quartz and then a whole lot of redstone. Welcome to TerraFirmaCraft HardRock, also known as all the rabbit holes. Oh, well, one of the tortoises has appeared to commandeer my Gyrodyne. Oh, I can put an animal in the Gyrodyne? It's like a rowboat or a rowboat in vanilla. So that means I could land somewhere and push a goat or a sheep or an alpaca or anything really in, and then fly it back home. And then you can break the Gyrodyne just by punching it with a axe, just like you would a boat, and you can pick it up as an item. And we're full of creosote now. Well, we gotta deal with that before we can make more charcoal. All right, but we've got blue steel, we've got black steel, we've got a bucket. I'm done for today. I hope you've had a wonderful day. I hope you've had fun watching me be a storm chaser and be chased around in return by the tornadoes. And yeah, I mean, steel, it's blue steel. It's a lot. But we got it now. So, I mean, blue steel is end game for TerraFirmaCraft. We still have a long way to go for HardRock. And I'm probably going to get hit by another tornado. Before that happens, thank you for joining me today. Hope you have a wonderful day, and I'll see you next time. Later. Hello there, and welcome back to TerraFirmaCraft HardRock. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Do you ever walk into a room, look around, and have absolutely no idea why you walked into that room? Yeah, that's me every time I start up a new episode. I logged in, took a look around the base, and instantly forgot what I wanted to do today. I had to go watch last week's episode to figure it out. That said, we need to get rid of the creosote because we now have 12 buckets in there, so I could put them into a barrel to make room so I can make more charcoal. I want to make a basic item filter here. So I think this is what you use for chimneys to reduce pollution, because that and those in there are going to create a lot of pollution. You can see some of it over there. The stuff right above it seems to be disappeared, but yeah. And then we want to start making crushing wheels. I don't have them bookmarked. And maybe a rolling machine. This looks pretty easy. I just need a little bit of wrought iron. Rolling mill. This thing will allow us to turn ingots into rods instead of needing the recipe on the anvil, which is a good thing because the recipe on the anvil is a pain in the butt. So I'm gonna go do some mining, I think, and then we'll come back and start working on some of our actual projects, because I will need a lot of andesite, which means I need a bit more zinc, and this is getting annoying with all the ticking, and we need brass, so I need copper, and of course we need iron. So, might as well all get done at once. Okay, on second thought, maybe our next task should be getting a weather deflector. Because there's a tornado again. And fighting this is very difficult. In the meantime, the snow broke the water plants I had here, which means this all started flowing over again. So maybe I should try to get... Oh, you know what? Okay, new plan. We're going to go melt down the steel anvil we have. We're going to make the steel bucket. Keep pressing the wrong buttons. And we're going to make this blue steel bucket a vanilla style bucket, so I can make water sources and then put slabs down so that they're, you know, waterlogged, so that they don't freeze over ever again. And one steel double ingot later, we now have the vanilla bucket, which means we can pick up both lava and water with this, which make my life a little easier. I crafted a new steel pick, since my current one is mostly dead. This one's perfect, so that's going to last us a while. And now that that's hot, I'm just going to turn this into a new hammer. Yeah, because this one is getting a little low. Now we have a bucket, we can move water sources. So we can set up a ore washing station using the create fan and just bulk wash that way, which would be quicker than the sluice because you can do a full stack at a time. So, yeah, I think I'm going to be doing a lot of create stuff over the next few days. Or should I say next few episodes. And we did update now for the latest HardRock patch. And it looks like I no longer get a crafting grid in my traveler's backpack. Oh well. Guess that means I'm going to have to carry a crafting table with me that can pop down somewhere as I go. Alright, before I go out mining, just gotta do one or two more things to sort of situate ourselves. We need to make 4 of these. Get rid of that. Go into here. No, wait, we still gotta be in here. That, and that. We need 2. Flask sides. We could then go here, and we need another string, a bladder, and our knife. And that should be everything. Now this is a iron flask, or will be an iron flask. Right now it's an unfinished one. We get this by just taking a raw iron sheet and working on the anvil. Gives us the iron flask. Once we combined all of this together, we needed 2 burlap, not 1. I can't read. Thankfully, burlap is pretty easy. You just need 6 jute fibers per burlap cloth. And you get 1 jute fiber per jute that you soak in a barrel. So, and then you just toss on the loom, weave it. It's quick. It's only got, oh, alright, it's got 12 cycles. Now we can make our iron flask. And now the benefit of the iron flask over the wooden not wooden, over the leather flask, because the iron flask has much higher durability. It's got, I think, 1,000 durability, whereas this one is only 200. But in addition, the iron flask can hold 2 full buckets. So now we have 2 buckets of aged whiskey in here, which gives us haste 2. Which means we can go drink it while we're working, or while we're mining. We'll mine much faster. And it will also rehydrate us. And as far as I've noticed, it will not make us drunk. So that's an additional benefit. There is something else I've been holding off on because I've been a little short on resources. But I think we can actually do this now. So I have a couple gold nuggets. If we run over to where our washing is. That didn't last long. We have some amethyst powder, we have some opal powder, and we have 3 topaz. We can crush these topaz in a quern. It's more efficient to use a crushing wheel. We don't currently have the crushing wheel. That's what we plan to have later today. We're not there yet, so we'll make do with the quern for now. Toss these in here, give it a spin. This will give us more gem dust. Right, so now we have 4, well, powder. Now we have 4 of these. I'm going to turn this into leather. Can turn, is it 1 to 1? No, it gives us 3. So that means we can get 12, which is enough for 2 right now. And then we do that, and string. All right, let's try that again. Leather, gold, string, and powder. And that gives us a additional slot pocket. And there we go. We now have 2 inventory slots unlocked. So it does take a bit of leather. It does take gem powder. You get the gems by washing your ores. It's rare. It's got a less than 1 in 1,000 chance. But when it happens, you can then start unlocking actual inventory slots. So that puts us in a slightly better position. We now have our 5 hotbar slots, 2 inventory slots, 5 tool slots, 4 utility slots. And we're getting hungry again. But now we should have everything. We can go mining and not have to worry about it. Yep, more tornadoes. Definitely gotta make those weather deflectors. I just remembered something we could do now that we have creosote oil. We can do that, and now we get 27 torches. So I can either let these individually, which might take a minute, and just, place them all out, switch over to my torch, and then just but I think we could also toss them into our forge to light them, but I don't feel like wasting coal to light torches, so we'll just light them this way. Guess what spawned right on my base? By the way, I've been processing metal for, no joke, about 12 hours. Oh, well, that was a quick tornado. Here today, gone tomorrow. Yeah, I've been processing ores for hours. Got a ton of zinc. I think I have almost 16 ingots worth of zinc, and I'm still processing through all of the iron. Because I did the math. I'm going to need a lot of iron. So I need 41 ingots just to make the electron tubes, just to make the mechanical crafters. These, okay, I don't, nope. Yeah, I don't need iron specifically. I can use anything for that. This needs iron. That doesn't. This does. This does. So I've got quite a bit of stuff I need iron for. Figure I need at least another 60 ingots of iron. I've actually created a second millstone so I could process ore twice as fast. It does work. And as soon as I have enough iron set aside, actually I should now have enough iron set aside, I'm going to make a fan, encased fan, and try to make a bulk washing station as opposed to these, because as much as this does work, it doesn't work as fast as a fan should. I think a fan is supposed to wash an entire stack in less than 30 seconds. And a sluice can process, I think it's 1 ore every 4 or 5 seconds. So, I mean, it's a no-brainer, right? So, I gotta make a fan for that. I have to probably make another water wheel because it's probably not enough power being generated by that to power a encased fan drive as well. And I may have to make a gear shift in order to switch which way the fan's blowing based on how it's set up. Well, I do have 8 raw iron bloom. I need a fan, which is a double ingot worth. So yeah, okay, I should be able to make the fan now. So I think I'm going to do that while all the iron continues to process over there. Meanwhile, I've made 3 barrels just to store all the creosote, and we've still got more, and I need to go chop down more trees. But yeah, we're getting a lot done, but it's a lot of, it's like the old job I used to have. It's a lot of hurry up and wait. You get a job done, you get it done quickly, and then you sit around and wait until the next job comes in. I don't know. It's kind of nice at times, but other times I'd rather just stay busy the whole time. Doesn't help that because it's still winter, it gets, like here, it's -2 in game. So I have to periodically run back to my house if I'm not working next to this. This will keep me warm. If I'm not working next to this, I have to run back to my house and then go AFK for like 2 or 3 minutes just so my temperature returns to a normal temperature and I don't start taking damage from being cold. I don't know if you actually take damage or you just straight die, because the only time I ever gotten cold, I like instantly died. I'm not gonna experiment with that too much. Of course, I started doing this and I forgot I should probably bring you in to do it. All right, so we just applied a gear small to an andesite casing to turn it into a gearbox. We then applied a redstone torch, which is just a regular torch that we applied redstone to, and that turns into the clutch. We then take our gear small again, we turn into a gear shift, and then if I open my backpack and pull out the propeller, we can click that on, and we now have an encased fan. We can pick this up, and I need to figure out how in the world I'm going to organize my little completely unfinished workshop over here. So my power comes up into a box here, goes into these 2. I don't know if there's a clean way to do this. I was thinking if we take the millstones, we put them over there, they'll still get the rotational power from there. Then we have the saw connected to there. They'll still be hovering. And then we could put the encased fan on the end. It's not really clean. All right, so we got the fan set up, but it is pulling and we need it to push. So what we need to do is we need to make a gear shift. And so that is andesite casing with a gear small, which we then apply a redstone torch to, which we then apply another gear small to. And that will go between the fan and the gearbox there. So I have just about everything we need to do that. Okay. Gear, torch, gear. Now, if we kept the clutch, what a clutch will do is it will turn off anything downstream, for lack of better words, of where the power is. So if we wanted to be able to turn off the fan when we're not using it, we could then make a clutch in addition to the gear shift we have and put that on the end. Right, that's pushing, so I need to now make a lever, and I wonder if the lever recipe's changed. No, okay, lever recipe is the same. Alright, so cobble plus stick gives us lever. Do that, flip the switch, and now the fan is pushing. Excellent. So we can now put a block there and a block here, which will keep the water in, and then we could place another block here, and might as well just move this one block forward there, and then we can throw our items down and they will get washed by the fan, and then we can pick them up, and that should be much faster than the actual sluice because the sluice just takes forever. This should keep the water contained. Yes. All right, so now we have that is not how I meant to place it. I meant to place it so it was going that way. There we go. And so now we can grab a stack of dust here, throw it. I said a stack. There we go. It works eventually. All right, so the fan will blow that. It'll take, I'm not sure how long it'll take. 30 seconds to a minute or so. The faster the fan is going, we're using a water wheel. Water wheels don't go very fast. But the faster your stress units are going, the faster the fan is going, the faster those will process. So while that's happening, and at least some of it has just changed. That's what the pop-up was. We're going to make the rolling mill. So we need 4 andesite alloy, 2 shaft, 2 raw iron sheets, and an andesite case. I assume this takes shaft power also. It looks like. I assume so. Can I attach it there? Yes, I can. And now if I take... What can we do with this? If we throw an ingot in, it will turn it into a rod. And if we throw a rod in, it'll turn it into a wire. Oh, and we needed a gold wire for the glasses, so we might just do it this way instead. Make a gold ingot, toss it in. Yeah, that'll work. And there we go. Now we've got pile of sand. Yep, pile of sand, pile of hematite, and pile of dirty hematite. So I can now do this. Oh, well, that would be an issue. I'm going to have to put a block on top of that to keep it from freezing. That should... that might work. But yeah, this is now going to be a lot quicker than using our sluices down there. Which means we can clean up that whole area and get rid of them. I'm going to keep them because, heaven forbid a tornado comes over and takes away my fan. I don't want to go back to 0. I've got this set up. I can always come back and use it any time. And as you can see, this is still processing. I threw 2 stacks down a while ago, and it's nowhere close to done. And that's done again. So yeah, this is much faster. You're gonna want to really try to set up this fan as soon as you have access to wrought iron. It's gonna save you a lot of time. I kind of slept on it, and I really shouldn't have. On that note, this is also very useful And there's a lot of these crate things you should really make as soon as you hit raw iron, because they're going to make your life so much easier. Making the rods, the steel rods earlier, was just an utter pain in the rear. And if I can just... I'm going to use brass. Nothing really worth... there's nothing really that requires steel rods, so it's not really worth it just to make up a steel rod to show you an example. But I mean, you get the idea. When I make gold, I'll toss it and I'll show you that too. No point in wasting the steel for now. So the fan takes a double ingot, because you need to make the double ingot, turn it into a sheet, and then turn the sheet into the propeller. And this takes 2 sheets, so that's 4 ingots. It was, yeah. So that's 2 ingots of raw iron. That's 4 ingots of raw iron. The Bloomery, of course, takes a whole ton of iron. So yeah, when you get to raw iron, I recommend making the fan first. The rolling mill, you can make that after the Bloomery. You're not going to be needing to make a whole ton of iron, or, well, rods in general, just yet. That will come later. But, oh, you know what? You need a saw first. Definitely make the saw. That takes 2 ingots. Sorry, that takes 4 ingots. So the saw takes 4 ingots. You want to make that. You want to make the fan, which takes 2 ingots. And then you want to probably make the Gyrodyne here, which takes another 4 ingots. So that's your first 10 ingots of raw iron. Aside from making tools, you can make do with bronze tools for a little while, but getting up to iron tools will make your life much easier. You need 12 sheets to insulate 1 tier of the blast furnace. You need another 8 sheets for the blast furnace, so that's 20 sheets or 40 ingots. So you need 10 ingots between the Gyrodyne, the saw, and the fan, and then another 40 for the Bloomery, and then you can jump straight into, well, and I melted down already, and 12, of course, for the anvil. 14 for the anvil, not 12. Oh man, I'm fading fast. It's 3 a.m. I ran today. Not fast, I just ran. That's your first 74 ingots of iron. Wow. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go to sleep. We'll probably come back in a little bit to work on something else. 64, not 74 ingots. I told you I was getting tired. It's the next day, by the way. I got plenty of sleep. Actually, I slept a little too much. But now I'm refreshed, which is a good thing, since I had to go out and run another 8K today. Yeah, we reached the halfway mark in my marathon training, so I will, from this point on, be running a full marathon, or the equivalent of a full marathon, every single week. And in 4 weeks, I'll be running my first half marathon. This is going to just keep getting harder and harder for me. And as you can see there, we had a little bit of an accident. When the dust down here, which I made much deeper, detonates, it does quite a bit of damage. I was over here, and it took me out. But unfortunately, it will destroy items that are on the ground. So if I tossed this hematite here, and the dust goes off, that gets deleted as if destroyed by a TNT explosion. So that's less than ideal. I will be moving the saw, the rolling pin, and the fan over to the annex area, which I haven't built yet, over here in my base, which is going to be dedicated to create. It will be multi-stories. That's already done. It takes, as I showed, I added timer to the video, takes about 30 seconds, which is awesome. But what I had to cut, because the sprinklers went off outside my window while I was recording, and while I didn't hear them with my headphones on, you could hear them through my microphone. So I had to cut like a 10-minute segment of my video, which is a good thing. The video was dragging on at that point anyway. We made another wheel. So we crafted another wheel, gave it its own drive. It goes into a gearbox, a vertical gearbox, goes up to another vertical gearbox. Easier to do it this way. So gearbox into another gearbox. That connects to our fan, and that's how we're powering the fan. We didn't split it off from the first set of wheels. I also mentioned making the goggles briefly. The engineer's goggles, we need a gold wire, which we get using the rolling pin, or yeah, the roller, or a golden rod. Or we could do it on the anvil. But the golden rod is actually, the roller is actually more efficient. The anvil, we turn 1 ingot into 2 wire. With the rolling pin, we turn 1 ingot into 2 rod, and then 2 rod into 4 total wire. So the roller is more efficient. So we're going to look at making the goggles maybe in the next episode. I was going to make the crushing wheel today. I've run out of time. I haven't even finished making all of the parts we need to start the crushing wheel. I'm going to need a ton more redstone. I do have redstone marked on my map somewhere, don't I? Yes, over there. So we might go digging over there. And yes, I had many unfortunate incidents yesterday. There was a Skelly that spawned in my iron cave, and I don't have armor. I should probably get on making that because he takes me out very quickly. So, yeah, we need to finish making the cases so we can make... Okay, so we need to make brass cases, which means I need to make a bunch of brass. I also need to make these adjustable chain drives, which require the andesite casing. So I need to make more andesite casings. I need to make brass casings. I need to make a whole ton of these electron tubes, which requires a lot of iron, which I now have processing, but not yet done. And then we can make the crushing wheels, but we're probably going to need another power source since these are probably not going to be enough to properly supply the crushing wheels and or the mechanical crafter. Yeah, so then I'm going to make a windmill. Not that a windmill necessarily goes great with the Roman aesthetic, but neither does a coke oven or in the future when we have a rocket ship. Name how many Romans have been to the moon. You're not going to. So, to that fact, here's the Gyrodyne. So we're just really... Yeah, it doesn't matter. So, yeah, we're going to put a windmill over here probably. And we do have the Picky Water Wheels and Picky Windmill mod. So in order to get the windmill to be really efficient, we're going to need to go very high up in the sky. The water wheels pretty much have to be in a river. If we put them outside a river and use the bucket to create a water source like you would if you were just playing Minecraft with Create, it would produce almost no stress units. So we need to use a river for the water wheels, and ideally we would want mountains for the windmill, but if we build it high enough, it shouldn't be an issue. What is an issue is this. Pink sand, red sand. I tested this yesterday off camera. If I throw this pile of red sand in front of the washer over there, it will take minutes. I had it over there for about 5 minutes and it still did not wash the sand down. If I throw it into here, it still takes about 4 seconds per sand, but it actually processes. So I'm going to be throwing all my sand into the sluices, and I'll be putting the dust, and I just picked up the sand, into the washer. So that's a reason to keep the sluices, because it actually washes the sand faster, which gets us all the redstone that we will need quite a lot of. But I think that's a good place to end for today. Did not get to the crushing wheels, as I said. Next episode. Crushing wheels, windmill bearing, make a windmill. Going to need to make a wool block. So I'm going to need to go either find sheep or just go out and butcher a couple sheep, because we need the wool. That's not too bad though. And I guess we'll work on the base a bit. We need to give some walls. We need the forge to be taller, so I can actually put a proper roof on it, and make this, which I think, like I said, I think this works as a chimney for filtering pollution, since there are chimneys in game. But from what I can tell, there is no way to add anything to this chimney to work as a filter. You have to use these, which are from the Pollution of the Realms mod, which is one that produces pollution. So I figure this is what you want anyway. That's next episode. Until then, thank you for joining me today. I hope you've had a wonderful day, and I'll see you next time. Later. Hello there, and welcome back to TerraFirmaCraft HardRock. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I have a correction to make from last episode. I said if we speed up that fan by using gear shift or more water wheels, we can increase the rate at which we wash ores. That's not the case. The only way to speed up the processing time, which, as we figured out last episode, is about 31 seconds, is if we have multiple fans blowing onto the same spot. We're not gonna do that, so we're just gonna make do with the one fan. If we speed it up, it makes no difference. It'll just blow it further faster. But what we can do, and I didn't realize this till after I'd stopped recording and had already edited the video, we can wash multiple stacks at once. They take about the same amount of time, the 31 seconds about, and yep, it'll just wash everything in one go. You don't need to do one stack at a time. I don't know if there is a maximum. I just do 5 stacks on. I don't know if you can only do 5 stacks or less. If I could throw 20 stacks on. So it's worth noting that you can do many stacks at once. But I just lost my train of thought. But yeah, so you can do more than one at a time if you want. Oh wow, did we? Oh, that's not good. Problem for future Arkwolf. Actually, on that note, there are a few solutions to our problem with stuff being here and being destroyed when this stuff goes off. So our first solution is, of course, moving the whole setup to the other side of the base so we don't have to worry about it, which is probably what I'm going to do. The second solution is if we put a depot here, the fan would blow onto the depot, or we could just place directly onto a depot. The depot will only store 1 stack at a time, but a depot works like a single stack chest. Anything on the depot would be safe from explosions. The third option, while not necessarily safer, it does make sure that there is no residue, is if we make a brass funnel and then specifically get the create filter, have it set to blacklist, we can blacklist all the different types of dirty dust. We throw them down, the fan will wash them, and once they convert from dirty dust into the powder, the ore powder and the sand, the funnel will pick it up, store it in a chest or a barrel even, and then it's not sitting around to be destroyed. That is options. I'll definitely be doing the funnel eventually. All that said, I was doing some planning for what we're going to be doing today. So in here we have this section that is currently undeveloped. I want to build a factory over here and have it for create, industrial engineering, all that fun stuff. It's going to be multiple stories tall, and eventually it will expand out this way also. I left plenty of expansion room, so it can be as big as I need it to be. To do that though, I had to go get a lot more sandstone because we were out of red sandstone. But what I want to do is, first off, when I create the crushing wheels, they're going to go over here. The fan is going to go over here, and I'll see if not LC, I can set them up to feed into themselves. So you toss the ore into the crushing wheel will crush it. Send it over to... Can I crush? Wait, let me check something quickly. Can I crushing wheel this, or does it need... I can crusher it. I can pulverize it with this sequence, or I can shapeless with a... Alright, but I can't crush it with the crushing wheels. Alright, so what we can do is crush this using, say, this sequence. Once it's crushed, it can go onto a conveyor or something and go directly into a washer, the fan drive, get washed from rocky chunks into our crushed copper, then go into our crushing wheels, become dirty dust. The dirty dust will go back into the washer and become all of this, the powder, all that, and then get shipped off further down into storage. But to power all that, I have the options of either doing a windmill bearing from Create, which is not that bad, but it's not going to provide a lot of power because we do have the picky windmill mod. I would have to build it very high up, and I don't think the one mill is going to be enough. We could build a boiler. Create steam powered has these boilers, which you make the boiler, you make the furnace, you can provide it power, you'll create steam power, and then you can power your stuff that way. But there's also, from one of the other Create add-ons, an electric motor. Here we go. Electric motor requires... It went too fast, didn't it? Requires RF power, which is... I forget who makes RF power. But it takes RF and turns it into stress units. So we can use one of the other power mods. That's FE. I'm gonna have to really look around to figure out which power mods we can use here. But if we make something that produces RF power, we can feed that power directly into the generator. Sorry, into the motor. And then use that to power all of our Create items in this factory. So that is that's probably the route I'm going to be going. To that end, we can make the industrial engineering windmill. And I think this would allow me to create power and also create power for industrial engineering stuff, but also be able to convert it into stress units. So I think this is what we're going to be doing. Windmill blades are not that bad. It's actually pretty cheap. We do need raw iron bars. We can use our rolling mill to make those much easier. And we need a zinc sheet. It has to go through this twice. Oh, I'm going to need a press. Press requires mechanical press hand. Raw iron, okay. And a gearbox, and we know how to make a gearbox. All right, that's not too bad. So, we're gonna be making a few things, I guess. So let me get to work, and hopefully I'll be ready before too long. So I just finished testing something, and this was actually recommended to me just today. It is Wednesday. Well, maybe an overnight. But in early versions of TerraFirmaCraft 1.12, if you preheated your iron in a forge and then tossed it into your blast furnace, it would maintain that heat. So the iron would melt into pig iron faster. And so that's why I just tried, and it does appear to work. So we got a bit of extra steel here, and it used less coal and was a bit faster. So might have to do that from now on. Preheat it in the crucible, toss in the blast furnace. It's a bit quicker. We do gotta make a lot of raw iron, though. I've got another 22 in there right now. And that should be enough for all of the electron tubes. I just don't have enough redstone for them right now. But what I do have now is the mechanical press head. So just apply that there. And now we've got our press. So it's going to go with our deployer hand here. And when we are setting it up, we can automate just a little bit more. These encased chain drives need the electron tube. Then they'll be ready to be combined with these brass casings. And then I will have the mechanical crafters. Yay, all the little bits. But I've also, well, I've been running around, been doing a lot of forging and producing a lot of pollution. So I have everything here except a crafting table. I gotta make another crafting table put over. I have enough stuff to make a crafting table, don't I? Yes, I do. Let's make a crafting table specifically for a forge room. And tip, I knew about this, I never mentioned it. If you take the crafting table and combine it with a saw, you get a vanilla crafting table. One of the benefits of this is it actually can maintain an inventory. It's not super useful, I don't think, but it's worth knowing about. So that should be our filter for making, well, for preventing pollution. Now, this isn't exactly a good setup right here because there's a lot of open air. But when I build these walls up, I will have a slanted in roof. And I will have this in the middle. And I just took damage, so running over is not going to be very easy. If I go over and get a block of thatch, I should be able to click it onto the filter, and then the filter will have it in its internal inventory and will use it to get rid of carbon. This item filters carbon in filter frames. I've got a filter frame. Place where carbon collects or on top of the chimney. I can't click it in. I could probably shift click it on top, but that's probably not how it works. So, you know, I'm going to have to look up the actual Polluting the Realms mod and see exactly how it works, because I've never used it before. And I don't know if this will have any information on the Polluting the Realms mod. Well, it should, but I don't know where. And some of these are going to be a little annoying because I've already completed them. Like make double ingot to make a copper anvil. And then it's going to make me make a copper anvil. I'm all the way up at blue steel anvil. So completing some of these is going to be a bit of a nuisance. Create new channels. All right, that's fairly easy. It wants me to pick up some more raw rocks for the charcoal forge. I made and ate all the cheese I made, but I never picked up into my inventory. So it never completed it in the recipe. I did complete lime water though, so I can sort of skip that. And I haven't made sieves. So there's still a bit of stuff in here to do. I've kind of been neglecting it because, I mean, at least at this point, the early part, it's all TerraFirmaCraft. And I think I know this part of the mod well enough that I sort of ignore the quest log, which might, you know, come around to bite me in the future. I mean, this just shows me the basic filter, and I didn't figure out how to add the thatch to it. So it does say leaves also. So how about we grab a shears, and then we can try to shear a leaf and place that into the filter. See if that works. Okay, that worked. So that's awesome. It's obviously in the wrong spot for now. It looks like it's 1-to-1. So the one filter will take care of one carbon. We'll see as I actually build up the system. But hey, we're making progress. Just not all the progress I want to make. I need more redstone, and so I do know where there is some redstone all the way over here. I may have to go dig up redstone for this next part, because the redstone I was getting from washing the red and pink sand, not bad, but it's only enough to make 10 of the quartz, and I need 21 quartz. I did, however, get all the sandpaper I need and the quartz shards I need, so I am most of the way there, just I'm not done yet. So I'm out here looking for redstone. We found some redstone dust out here on the surface, so we figured this is a good place to dig down. And so, actually, it's a really good chance to show you something. So, in the top of the screen, you can see that I'm looking at raw rhyolite. And underneath it, it now says unsupported, won't trigger collapse. This is a mod that offers TerraFirmaCraft compatibility for the Jade mod. The Jade mod already works, but now it will show you whether something is supported and whether or not it will collapse on you. So if you're new to TerraFirmaCraft and you're not used to mining and the collapses, this is game changing. I'm going to include a link for you guys so you can download the mod if you want. And to make it easier, just to show you how this actually works, you go up to this here, go down to open folder. This will open up your HardRock instance. So you know, so this is where all the mods are, where your saves are, your configs, everything. Go down to the mods folder here, open it, and then you just want to drag and drop the mod into here. In this case, the mod is TFC support indicator. You just drag it, drop it. I've already got it in there, so that's how it's done. Close these, relaunch the game, and now you'll have that information in the tooltip at the top of the screen. But, so, we were looking for redstone, so I started digging down, and now we are in a flooded cavern, which on one hand looks incredible. Oh, there's the redstone. So, before we can actually collect that redstone, I need to make a diving helmet from Create, and I still need to make that backpack. But yeah, so that's the redstone dust that tells me there's redstone here. We found it, but it's underwater. So we can't quite mine it yet. It's always something, isn't it? Since I need to make a bunch of copper anyway, I figured let's try to get the quest done for the double ingots. This should next require me to make an anvil, a copper anvil. I've, of course, already done all that. We're up to blue steel, and I've gotten rid of all my old anvils. So if this doesn't count my old anvil, I think I'm just going to cheat it in, especially if I'm going to need to make all the other anvils. So, and I'll keep it on camera for that, you know. Alright, so that's a double ingot quest. Yeah, it's going to require me to make an anvil. I'm not going to make another copper anvil. So, we're going to go into creative mode here for a moment. Find the copper anvil. Alright. Quest complete. We got the copper anvil. Put it back in. We no longer have the anvil on us. Back into survival. No anvil. No anvil. It's not on the floor. It's been deleted again. But it's completed the quest. Brass mechanisms I need to make. Shield I can make. So that's legit. I need to make another one of these molds. I'm going to be making more molds anyway. And then if I line this up, you see this. That should move us on to the next tier of quests. So I'm going to do that. But I am in the process of making the fluid tank here. So I've already got the fluid pipe. I need to make a brass sheet. I actually need to make 2 brass sheets. Once I have the brass sheet, I need 4 copper sheets to make the tank. I have 1. I'll turn 3 of these into sheets also. Put those there for now. For the dive helmet, so I can go actually collect the redstone, we need a brass helmet. I needed a copper unfinished helmet and a brass sheet. I have the copper unfinished helmet. So these 4 I don't need right now. They are still hot. I'm going to toss them in the snow to cool down. And just toss them in there for now. And that died out on me while I was talking. So I need to turn it back on and heat this up. But then we'll be able to make the brass tank. Sorry, the copper back tank. Which we can then hook up to our power system. And fill it with air. So we can use it as an air tank when we dive. And then we'll be able to get the redstone. So we can finally finish these and these to make the crafters. And in case you're wondering why I actually have cheats on, I mean, fair question. Whenever you're doing a heavily modded series like this, or really if you're recording, I kind of recommend it. Because if something happens, if something breaks, it's mods. So there's always a chance that you will have crashes, incompatibilities. Having cheats on will allow you to bug test and fix that. If you have it with cheats off, you have no way to fix it, and then it might ruin your whole run through. So, in case you're curious why I've got cheats on, that's why. I don't use them unless I'm on camera and I'm showing you what's going on. Anyway, back to work. All right, the brass is done, so I applied the brass to the pipe, and we now have a fluid valve. We then do copper sheet. Well, only one, but do that once. I did not want to do that. I wanted my sheets back. Do one shaft. Reapply that. Back to the sheets. Do this twice. Back to shaft. By the way, it's now an incomplete precision mechanism. It shouldn't be precision mechanism. Oh, right. Okay. Precision mechanism is... Okay. Never mind. There we go. Now we got the copper back tank. So we can go hook this up and fill it with air. Next, I want to put the brass helmet down. We need to do pretty much the same thing we just did, but with glue and glass. So glue, primitive glass works. Primitive glass is you just melt sand in the crucible and put it into an ingot mold. I'll do 2 more bits of glue. Another piece of glass. And 1 more piece of glue. And now we have a dive helmet. So we could put this on. Alright, not too bad. And we can eat because the coloration is dying again on me. But I can now hook this back tank up to our create system and start filling it with air. Because normally I would hook it up underneath a shaft like that, but I'm pretty sure I can't put it on top. Nope. Needs to go on bottom. I can't put it on the side. Nope. Alright, so I'm gonna have to work something else out. Make 2 small cogwheels coming off and then hooking up to the bottom of that. But that will start pumping air into the tank, and then we can finally go and collect our redstone. Alright, we're back where the redstone is, so we put our back tank on, and we dive in, and you see down in the corner next to our air bubbles is a timer. It says 14 minutes and 52 seconds. That is how much air we have. So we can go down here to the cinnabar, and we can start mining. Now, if we got diving shoes, we could wear those, and that will help us sink better. So we can, get down here to collect the resources a bit easier. Oh boy. No. I do not want to go where all those creepers are. I will take the 1 or 2 lost bits of cinnabar. Alright, so we've got the cinnabar here. As long as it doesn't collapse on my head, we should be fine. And then we can go back, we can crush these, grind them, and get a bunch of redstone from them. Actually, I'm not sure how much redstone each of these give. 1 redstone per dirty dust. Okay. So pretty much the same as ore. Oh, that's funny. We have exactly the right amount of redstone for this. Okay, so we've got 21 rose quartz. Now, if you've never made rose quartz before from Create, what you do is you put your sandpaper in your offhand, and then you hold right click over the quartz. And this will start to file the quartz down into polished quartz. You can also put the sandpaper in a deployer's hand and put the rose quartz on a depot and apply it. There we go. So I'm going to go process this through, and then I need to make a bunch of steel plates. The paper does only have 8 uses though. I made up 3 because I thought it was 7 uses until I started doing this again. But now we have to go make the iron sheets, raw iron sheets. Then we could turn these into the electron tubes. This is going to require gold nuggets, the polished quartz, and glass bottles. We have plenty of glass bottles. We should... Yeah, we have enough gold. And then we can finally make our automatic crafters. Mechanical crafter. And then I gotta hook it up to something to provide it power. I might just hook it up to one of the water wheels temporarily, just to give it enough power to craft everything and then tear it down. Because we only really need the the mechanical crafters right now for the crushing wheel. If we want to make the electric motor, we are going to need it again, but we got to make a couple more things. We need brass sheets again, copper spools, which is going to require copper wire, which we can get by tossing copper rods into the roller. And we need this empty spool, which, all right, that's a treated wood slab 3 times on a saw. And we need a capacitor, zinc, copper, redstone. That's pretty easy. I am 4 iron ingots short of actually being done with the number I need, and I'm going to need to make more bloom to do that. But since I have everything else, let's just make one of these quickly. We're going to need 2 gold nuggets, 1 rose quartz, and 1 glass bottle. So we apply these the same way we've been applying stuff. Rose quartz, glass bottle. That gives us our electron tube. I'm going to need my saw. And now we apply the electron tube to the encased chain drive. That's that. So we now have the adjustable chain drive. We apply the adjustable chain drive. Not chain drive, sorry. Chained gear shift. Yeah, that's what it is. We apply that to this to make a sequenced gear shift. And then from the sequenced gear shift, we apply a gear small. So that requires, here we go, a slab, which we then click with our saw to turn into a gear small. I always want to say small gear, but they've got the words reversed. Click that on. Now it's a mechanical crafter. So that is the first of 21 that we need to make. For these to work, they need to be receiving power or stress units through the sides. Any side doesn't matter, because when they're all hooked up together, they'll all be interconnected and powering each other. So what we're probably going to want to do is take one of those small gears that I made to fill up our back tank, which is right there, by the way. Probably pull one of those off, stick them on the side of the roller there, and then connect all of these to the power coming off the roller. It'll be a big thing right there. We can then click in each of the different items we need onto the crafter, just like that, which is a right click. And once everything's in the right location and it's powered, it will automatically start crafting the item. And then it'll output the item for us, and we will have our crushing wheels. Question, does this make one crushing wheel at a time? I think it does. So I think we're going to need to do this recipe twice to get the 2 crushing wheels we need. And so we're going to need to be making a bit of brass, which is a good thing, because I want to make the create hammer, and that requires a double brass ingot. Wrench, not hammer. So I want to make the create wrench that requires double brass ingot, because then we can adjust everything create, but specifically the auto crafter, mechanical crafter. I'm going to keep calling it the wrong thing. We can adjust the mechanical crafter's outputs and connections and everything. So that's what we're going to do. But I've got a lot more processing to do. I've got to make more iron. I got to make more brass. It's going to be a while. It's going to have to wait till the next episode. We're almost there. But we've got our first mechanical crafter. We've got our back tank. We've got our dive helmet. We can collect stuff from underwater. We can explore underwater. That should be fun. So we're making progress. Until next time, though, thank you for joining me today. I hope you've had a wonderful day, and I'll see you next time. Later. Hello there, and welcome back to TerraFirmaCraft HardRock. I hope you're having a wonderful day. We're picking up almost exactly where we left off last time. I have some iron bloom cooking up so we can finish making the electron tubes so we can make all the mechanical crafters. And while that's cooking up, I've been making the windmill blades for the Immersive Engineering windmill. We have one more windmill blade to go, so I'll be showing you that in a moment. But I was just looking at this filter, and it's actually picked up a piece of carbon. So a piece of carbon has moved into it from here, and it's cleaned it up into a pile of carbon waste. Oh, look at that. We can turn it into tiny coal, which we can turn into regular coal. Well, that's useful. It does appear to consume 1 leaf per carbon waste. So, yeah, the carbon's building up there, but hopefully it actually goes into here and processes. I will be making more. Might just make like 5 or 6, or 12. Just cover the top up there with all these different carbon and sulfur filters, and that way I don't have to worry about pollution anymore, at least not from this. This does produce pollution also, so I'll be giving this roof and putting a filter on top of it also. But let's make this last windmill blade. It's a little involved and a little confusing. So what I did here with the hotbar is the exact order that you have to apply stuff to a block to turn into a windmill. If we look at the blade here, you see lumber, twig, lumber, twig, lumber, twig. Do it 4 times. So that's 2. Put the rest back in. That's 4. But the first time you do this, the lumber turns into a gantry shaft. But it's not a real gantry shaft. So don't get confused by that. Just keep applying stuff to it, and it will turn eventually into the windmill blade. And that's the last windmill blade. So what we now need is the zinc sheet, our 8 windmill blades split up into 2 groups of 4, and 2 wrought iron rods. If we look at the windmill recipe, it's start with the zinc sheet, 4 windmill blades, plus the wrought iron rod, and then we need the press. So we're going to have to swap this out with that, and then we swap this back, do the recipe again, and then swap it back again. Or I could just pick up the depot and the items. Nah, you know what? We'll probably just swap them. All right, and look, it's a gantry shaft again, but it's a fake gantry shaft, so don't get confused by it. Oh, apparently carrying those makes you too heavy. Okay. And there we go. We now have the Immersive Engineering Windmill, which also counts as huge, so you can't carry 2 items at once, which means you also can't put it into your backpack. But now we've used up all of our hunger, so... Oh, we can't put it in a chest either because it's huge. Can I store it on the ground? Yes. Okay. So we will come back to that in a little bit. I need to make... Well, honestly, I don't remember how the Immersive Engineering Windmill works, like how it hooks up. So we're going to need to hook that up, run it up into the sky, and then when we get back down here, we need to set up the create electrical motor, which we still have to craft. And that's going to take a bunch of brass sheets. I need to make a bunch of brass anyway. And some copper spools, which gives us a use for our creosote. Yeah. So let me go eat, and then we'll be back and start working on the next part of this project. There we go. That's all of our mechanical crafters. Now to actually set it up. To make the crushing wheel, we're going to make another 16 andesite alloy per wheel, so we need to make another 32, but we also need to make these brass mechanisms. Now, I made them the old-fashioned way last time using the anvil, and I'm going to try this way this time. We need 1 brass rod, 2 brass nuggets, actually 4 brass nuggets, and we get those by tossing a brass rod onto the mechanical saw. We need a cogwheel, another brass rod, and a copper nugget. And this all goes correctly, we've got an 82% chance of getting the brass mechanism. Or we get salvage, which will be mostly worthless. So, got the first nugget on. Doing a lot of this today, huh? Once I get more parts, we'll be able to actually automate this properly. Also, once we have a proper power source. This is sort of a, there we go. Sort of just makes do for now. And that actually completes the next quest. Or this quest here. We need andesite alloy to complete this next part. We need to pick up brass. So since I'm here, let's just do that. And then it wants us... Sorry, bronze. And then it wants us to make a bronze anvil. So last time, we went into creative mode to fix that issue. That was not necessary. I was reminded a couple times in the comment section that we can use a feature in the quest book. If we go down to this edit mode, we can turn it on. It does show you all the quests, so spoilers. But then we can click on this and right click on it, and then we can complete instantly, since that is a bronze anvil. And then we can do the same for the wrought iron anvil. We can pick up steel. We don't need to do the quest. We don't need to do this for that. So pick up a bit of steel. Oh, we need a... Because I want stubble sheets, the bloomery door, and bloom. Okay, we're going to complete that one also. Raw iron. That wants bloom also, so we're going to complete that part. sheets. I've used all of them up already, so... next. I don't know if it's going to mess it up or not. That's why I'm closing it each time. Next, we want to pick up this. Okay, I'm not disassembling my entire setup to do this. We've got those, otherwise we can't have it. We've got that. And we got that. There we go, that's done. Steel. We've got that done. And then we got the steel anvil. And we've got the black steel anvil. And we have our blue steel anvil right here. There we go. So I can close that now. Haven't made any of the armor, so we're not going to tick any of those. Haven't made the greenhouse yet. Sluice, I could go pick up one of them that we've already made. But now we've got our andesite alloy and our seared bricks. We make seared bricks that will allow us to start working on the Tinker's Construct. We're going to be hearing these announcements for the next few minutes. They're just spammed quests. And then that should give us what we need to get started on the next part of this. Which is... well, create. Which we've already got a bunch of stuff, but also I think we'll get us into industrial engineering. All right, let's continue with some of these quests. We are now on kinetic power, so we can just check mark that. Wants us to make brass and a wrench. We actually just made the wrench, and I gotta go grab brass from our workshop. But now it wants us to do some of these cogwheels and some shafts. I got shafts in my inventory. I've got the wrench here. Got some andesite there. Then I'll put these down so I can turn all of them. I think I only need 8. All right, that's those. That's those. And we can use our wrench. Shift clicking with the wrench picks it up and puts it straight into your inventory. So, you know, that speeds up the process of cleaning up crate stuff. Which we're going to have to do in a moment because I want to set up the mechanical crafter. And that means I'm going to have to move quite a bit of this stuff since it's a mess. Let's remove these. You know what? We can probably leave that there because we just want to toss a cogwheel there. And then grab our mechanical crafter, and we want... no, I scrolled to the wrong thing. There we go. So the mechanical crafter has a specific shape you have to build them in for each of the different crafts. Since we're making the crushing wheel, it needs to be in this... I placed that one wrong again. And that... it needs to be in that shape. And now if you see all those arrows point towards where the parts will go. So we want everything to come together, and there we go. It'll deposit the crushing wheel right down there. And of course I need to go eat again. And I just broke my feet falling, so I can't even run. You know, now that I have the bucket, I can go find a mountain, find a spring, and bring the spring water back and just sit in that to heal up. But what we want to do now is put all these together to make our crushing wheel. So you place each of the blocks in. It's a little difficult to reach the top ones. But yeah, so you have the recipe that's in the book. You just place each of the items in its corresponding spot on the grid, and once you place the last one in, there we go. It is slowly crafting. The more stress units you have being provided to the crafter, the quicker it will craft. We don't have many going. Most of it is, well, it's not a very fast setup with just 2 water wheels. But it does need to be fast. We just need to be done. And it is pretty cool watching it complete like this. And there we go. That's our first crushing wheel. It is also huge, so we can't carry 2 of them at a time. Thankfully, we can just place it on the ground. We could V it onto the ground if we want, or we can place it like that, which will require the wrench just to shift click to pick it back up. I meant to V it that time, but I clicked the wrong button, so we'll just make do. And this is how the mechanical crafter works. We are going to be moving this whole thing over to our warehouse our factory when it's ready. It will be tearing this down as soon as we're done crafting this crushing wheel. We will need to use it again to make the motor, but we only need 12, so it'll be an easier setup than this. And there we go. That's 2 crushing wheels. Now we can set up a crushing system and not have to use the millstones anymore. I'll still want a millstone over here, or 2. There's no reason not to have 2 in case I want to mill grain or something else that needs milling. But we can stop using this for grinding down ore, and yeah, we stop using this to crush down ore. We will now be able to use the actual crushing wheels. So let's see, what else can we do? We are going to need a basin. We have a depot and a hand crank. The basin requires 1 of any sheet and then 1 of any double sheet. And we gotta heat them up and weld them together on an anvil. That's pretty easy. The reason we need that is if we go back to pre-industrial and we look at the seared brick. Seared brick is from Tinker's Construct. The way you make the seared bricks is you need grout. You need to heat the grout. And you can either melt it using the Tinker's Construct foundry, which we don't have yet, or we can melt it on a forge, a charcoal forge, to get the seared stone. 1 grout gives you 2 stone, and to make the grout, we need sand, gravel, and fire clay, or 2 gravel, 1 sand, 1 graphite, and 2 fire clay. So for the addition of 1 graphite, we can get 4 times the amount of grout. You know, that might be a native deposit and not just gravel. No, it says accepts forge any gravel. Okay. Oh, okay. I didn't notice that. So this requires basalt gravel, any gravel, 2 fire clay, 1 sand, any sand, and 1 graphite to make 4. Let's see if we open up Blaze Map. I think my game crashed. All right, the game's crashing every time I open Blaze Map. We have our 2 crushing wheels I made. Make sure they're okay. They're real, because if we look at our mechanical crafter, there's a third crushing wheel that was being crafted apparently. Yeah. See, these should not exist. I think what happened was because the game crashed, it reloaded what was working on here, even though, as I just showed you, we have the 2 crushing wheels that I was making right here. So we're just going to toss that, those, and those down because those were duped, and I'm not going to use cheaty stuff. I have no clue where the other 3 went. If I find them, I'll get rid of them. Otherwise, they might already be down there, in which case it doesn't matter. And now, because I crashed, and it's been a little bit of time, I edited the video as I was waiting. I completely forget what I was talking about. Right, basalt. So I can't open Blaze Map to look for basalt, but we do have these rocks that have the quartz in them. Those are made of basalt, so I wonder if I can grind basalt down into basalt gravel. Okay, grinding gravel down will give you a 5% chance of getting basalt gravel. Same with putting it through a crusher, looks like you get a chance of getting basalt gravel. We can of course dig up the basalt gravel ourselves, but yeah, I don't think I can crush basalt into, well, at least not TerraFirmaCraft basalt into basalt gravel. But we can go look around for a basalt deposit. Again, I can't use Blaze Map right now, so I have to look like this to see where there's basalt. That's not too much of an issue. I think there's a ton up here, right? Yeah. So there's a ton of basalt up over here, which means there'll be basalt gravel, which we can use to make the grout, I think it was, I was looking at. Be in the quest book. Yeah. Let's just bookmark that. Basalt gravel. Yep. Oh, we need basalt gravel for this one also. Okay, so we need basalt gravel regardless. I'm glad I double checked that. Alright, so that gets us most of this first chapter, the pre-industrial age. We're getting started with the kinetic stuff. Water wheel, windmill bearing, windmill sails, basin depot, and hand crank. Andesite armor. We'll look at that in the future. And if we go to Steel Age, we need to grab our book, turn it into an engineer's manual, and that should unlock the next part. There we go. Akashic Tome. And we want this to be the engineer's manual. Oh, is this the Immersive Engineering? I think it is. Okay. So then I want power. We were working the windmill. Okay, so we're going to need a dynamo. So connect dynamo to take the energy from the windmill to turn it into something we can actually use. That's what I needed to know. And then we're going to need to make these windmill sails. They need either burlap or tough fabric. To make the tough fabric, we need hemp. I haven't gotten hemp seeds yet, so we can't do that one. Okay, so let's look up dynamo. We're going to want a connect dynamo, which is an iron mechanical component, some more iron, a copper coil, and redstone. Okay. This is a little involved. The iron mechanical component we could either make on the engineer's workbench, or we can make it through a sequenced recipe requiring iron sheet, copper nuggets, and brass mechanism. What's required for the engineer's table? Engineer's crafting table, iron, treated wood. And that's going to be much easier, although we are going to need paper. Wait, I'm clicking the wrong button. We're going to need engineer's blueprint, which requires paper, which we can make paper, blue dye, which I think we can use corn flour for blue dye. It just looks like coral. Only blue coral. Okay. Okay, we can use blue orchid and blue hyacinths. That's how you say it. We can make that. Or if we had lapis, we can get some. Okay. That's good. That's easy. We can do that in a few minutes. And then this stuff is what we would need anyway. And then go back here. Copper coil. We're going to need to make a bunch of these LV, low voltage, coils. Combine that with a treated plank. And to make that, we need copper wire. So I'm going to need a lot more copper. And we're going to need to make a few of these spools, which we get from throwing a treated slab onto our saws 3 times. And as I said, we're going to need to make these windmill sails. We're going to need burlap. Gotta use industrial hemp fibers, which we don't have hemp seeds for yet. Or we can use burlap. Burlap we make with the jute. So before I run off too far, I should probably turn the excess jute I have in one of these. There we go. I have 10 jute fibers now. Oh, I've got 2 stacks. Awesome. We can wash these, toss them in a barrel of water. They become jute fibers. And then from there, we can make the burlap out of them. So I'm going to need another barrel. The snow is building up so much, it's covering all of my workstations. Okay, let's go make a barrel, 2 barrels, so I can soak all this jute down and then make some burlap. And well, I gotta go mine some more copper too. But we can start moving stuff over here, start putting up walls, and actually have a factory starting to come together. I think I'm gonna have the windmill, like, you know, how did I think about it? Immersive Engineering, you run power from these connectors. Maybe not that one. These here. You run the low voltage cables and you can actually string it along. So I don't need to build necessarily my windmill connected to my factory. I could have it on the forge higher up. Could build the forge higher. Maybe give it multiple floors. Who knows? There's more room over here I could work with. But then we can have the wiring connected to that and have the wiring run down into the factory and then run to everything that needs power. Alright, we've spent a lot of time in the quest book today. And we're about to spend a little bit more. Oh look, my trees are growing. I picked up the last brass we needed. And that unlocked the crafters, which we've already made a 21 of, so we just gotta pull those out of our backpack and they'll be counted. But then I was looking at some of these other things. Okay, we still need to make the basin, simple enough. But what really caught my attention was this. Energy relaying poles. So we have energy relaying poles, weak redstone resonance generator, a weak motor, and an alternator. Alternator will take stress units produced by Create and turn it into FE. FE and RF, I believe, are 1-to-1 interchangeable. The motor takes electricity and turns it into stress units. That's pretty much the same exact thing that this does. The electric motor I'm getting the stuff to make. This turns electricity into stress units also. Here's what I didn't see before, which has caught my attention. The weak redstone resonance generator. Now this goes pretty quick, the info screen, but what it pretty much is, if you surround the resonance block with different materials that create redstone resonance, it will create energy. And if you hook that up to a motor, you can then create electricity this way. That seems interesting. It's not necessarily cheaper. The weak redstone generator here requires, okay, gold, andesite, and then there's this redstone resonance coil. That's 4 redstone and 4 copper for each coil. So all in all, it's not that bad. But you're probably going to want multiple of them. But that's a hurdle we can jump through at another time. Little tip for JEI here, if I do hashtag and then type in resonance, here we go. All the different blocks with redstone resonance pop up to the top of the bar. We have iron, copper, gold, diamond, netherite. The only way we can get these blocks is to have Tinker's Construct up and running, because then we can melt down regular iron, TerraFirmaCraft iron, like the double raw iron ingots, turn that into molten iron, and then cast that out into an iron block. So we can't really do that yet. Do the same with copper. I assume the same with gold. I haven't looked through this one yet. Yes. Diamond, I imagine, would be a bit more difficult, since you only get kimberlite and diamond grit. Yeah, it looks like the only way to do that is diamond grit, which would be cut diamonds. Yeah, no, I don't know how we'd get that. Netherite, I know we can get in the nether, so we're not going to worry about that right now. We can either do it with redstone blocks, which would need a basin plus a mechanical press. All right, that's not too bad. That only gives you 5%. Bricks, however, give you 20%. And we can make bricks. We can make bricks pretty easy. That's just the clay and a little bit of mortar, which I was actually making up a bunch more of anyway. So I think I'm going to end up doing both of these. Make this weak redstone resonator generator and make the electric coil for the Immersive Engineering windmill. I'm going to make the generator first, I think. This is going to be a little less effort than making this. Not by much, but a bit. And then we can make some bricks, which if this doesn't work, I can always use the bricks in my building. So it's not really a loss. And then we can see if that produces power. What am I saying? I need to make the motor anyway. Yeah, anyway, we're going to do both of these. Because I think... Well, I can make this motor too. And have that hooked up to this. This isn't too bad. This is actually pretty cheap. So, you know, I might do these, and they required this. It's a little expensive for one. 4 copper and 3 fence posts to make 1 relay. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm going to try working on this then. That will get us another quest done, but will also get us power that we can use and run our crushing wheels. Oh, I'm going to get a bit more redstone for that. I'm down to only 2 or 3 pieces. Oh, I've got 7 pieces. That means I just need 1 more redstone. Okay, I'm going to go dive to our redstone location, get what we need, and then I'll come back and we'll make that, and that'll probably be it for today. Okay, zombie outside aside, I think I have everything ready to go. Don't worry, the zombie's in a hole that's filled up. There's no way he can get to me, right? Yeah, he can't get to me. Okay, so first, let's make the resonance generator. So it requires 2 of these, and we're actually going to need 4 of them. So might as well make all 4 now. Gold, andesite, and a shaft. So we do that. That's our weak resonance generator. We're going to want the weak motor. To make this, we need smooth stones, 2 redstone torches, and a bit of redstone dust. So let's put 2 of those down. Clicking with dust. That makes our repeater. And again, that's our motor. Then we need the resonance converter, which is 6 raw iron, 2 more resonance coils, and another shaft. We've got all that. I've got to make fences. Oh, wait. I forgot to make fences, but I grabbed everything I needed to make fences. So, not a problem. There we go. And then we can do 2 of those. Yeah, let's build this outside where we have a little more space to work with for now. I want to do this sort of structure first. We want the generator inside. Okay, I can't click on it to see what it's doing. We put the converter there. Put one of those there. Put this here. I think I see what's wrong here. And I wish I had noticed earlier. I think it needs to be provided stress units. This doesn't just create stress units through magic. It takes the stress units that are already existing and turns them into redstone flux. Yep, well, that does get it rotating. I don't know why this is a thing though. If it doesn't create redstone flux, it just converts stress units to flux, then why include the motor which converts flux back into stress? Okay, well, it's something. It's not at all what we need. It's been a giant waste of time. So next time we're gonna actually work on making that windmill, which will actually work for us instead of being a waste of resources like this was. I'm sure this has a use, I just don't know what it is. Until then, thank you for joining me today. I hope you've had a wonderful day, and I'll see you next time. Later.